So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time best in show and 2-time gamest in show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time best in show and 2-time gamest in show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time best in show and 2-time gamest in show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the game first,
What up, Shark?
not
What
the
up?
dogs.
I see y'all.
It's the
I
challenge
see
of
y'all.
the
Don't
wins,
forget to hit that
the
like button on the
addiction,
way
the
in.
thrill of the win,
Don't forget
and the
to
rewards
hit
of
that
the
like
convenience.
button.
Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners. My motivation was there. My dedication was evident. Now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake. The lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners. My motivation was there. My dedication was evident. Now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake. The lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners. My motivation was there. My dedication was evident. Now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake. The lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the
Big
breeding,
shout out to my
the
man talking to
maintaining and
City
feeding,
Kennels in the
and
house.
the
What up,
controversies
fam?
surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand
Want to
Champion
give a big
May
shout
Day,
out to
the
White
Dog of the
Chocolate
Year,
in the
and
house.
Register of
What up,
Merit.
fam?
Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show,
260
and
boys
2-time
in the
Gamest in
house.
Show.
What up, fam?
Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird.
Big shout out to long-time supporter, the one and only Mr. Dickie Foster's in the house. What up?
So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
Big shout out to Cold Mountain Bulldogs in the house.
The dog
what
game
up,
is
fam?
Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill
Big
of the win,
shout out to
and
Heart
the
and
rewards of
Fitness
achievements.
Kennels in the
This
house.
only gives you the
What
drive
up,
to come
fam?
back. I learned to watch the
Big
winners.
shout out to
My
bite
motivation
down and
was there.
shake that
My
like
ambition
button, the
was
one and
evident.
only
Now
Double
I'm a
M
winner.
Despos
The
in the
problem is
house.
the cheating
What
to
up,
win,
fam?
manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost
Big
the
shout out
historical value of the dog game.
Poke TV
We
in the
can't
house. What
decipher
up,
the real from
fam?
the fake. The lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit
He
bulls.
said,
The history, the
Poke
breeding,
TV said
the
we
maintaining
bulldogging
and
all the
feeding,
way
and the
from
controversy surrounding the great
MD.
hunts.
Shout out
Come interact with the
RBK
legends,
and Triple
and
J.
ask questions,
Fuck what they
and listen to
talking
their
about.
stories as we talk about kennels and dogs
Way
of
to
the
go,
past
Pope.
and present. Hosted by one
Big
of the
shout
game's
out
most
to
respected
my
kennels,
man, the
with over 40
man.
years
Doctors in the
hunt,
house.
going hard kennels
What up,
21
fam?
and 22.
Yo, yo, yo,
Champion
my
of the
man,
Brat, the
K-Walk.
very first
I
champion
see you,
off-brand
fam.
champion May Day, the dog of the year.
Yo,
registered
Benny. Yo,
champion
Benny.
Pretty Mama,
What
two-time
up,
Best
fam?
in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements.
Got a
Losing
big
only
shout out
gives
to
you
my
the drive
man
to come
Ty
back.
Smith in the house.
I
Welcome
learned
to
to
the
watch the
Shark
winners.
Tank,
My
Ty.
motivation was there.
Don't forget to
My
hit that
dedication
subscribe
was
button,
evident.
Ty.
Now I'm a winner.
Shark,
The problem is
welcome
the
the
cheating
newcomer
win,
to the house, my
manipulating the
man
truth,
Ty
and
Smith.
then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We
My
can't
man.
decipher the real from the fake. The lost is the
Boogeyman
cost.
Kennels in the house.
So I
What
salute
up,
these
man?
dogs of going
Yo,
hard
yo,
kennels
my
for all
man.
that you've given me in the game.
Eli Monsters
talk
in
about
the
it.
house. What
The
up,
history of the
man?
breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion May Day, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going hard's
What up? What up? What's up? Hey, big shout out to everybody showing up for this Talk Shit Tuesday. Big shout out to the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. Go ahead and roll them up. Go ahead and get that brew. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Hey, fellas, don't forget to hit that like button. For real, for real. And if you haven't already subscribed, we coming up on 8 subscribers away from reaching that magic mark of 3,000 subscribers. Help us out there. If you haven't already subscribed, hit that subscribe button so we can go ahead and set a new plateau and head going in the right direction, and that is straight up. Big shout out to my man High Key Lee in the house. High Key Lee. What up, fam? Hey, man, tonight's show is going to be dedicated to another soldier we lost. His name is actually Benny Robert Blackwell, a.k.a. Boss Choke. He passed away last night. This man had a big part of my life. He's not just my cousin, but he is like my oldest brother. You know, somebody who was around when I was a kid growing up. You know, you got that one cousin that everybody respect. He was like the regulator. And he's the main reason we wound up in the Marine Corps. Skip college, we gonna follow him. Dude was about that life, for real, for real. And he was also, remember we was in North Carolina, and we remember we had Doman pinchers, and then hook up with Cheryl, we get bulldogs. Well, Boss was the one who went and got a yard for us to put the bulldogs on. We didn't have to take them home and put them around the Doman pinchers. He actually went and bought a trailer and some land, and that's where we started out with our yard of American Pit Bull Terriers. My group was Blood, BA, Bruiser, and Solo. We didn't get Judo until we was on our way out of Carolina. But it was Boss Choke. Give you a little story about this dude. I called him the regulator, but what he was for us, he was an organizer. Not a gang guy, but just an organizer. He believed in youth, supporting the youth. And he's a reason why we do a lot of the things we do. Because he was always about that one giving back. The reason we call him Boss Choke, because he created a movement called Choke. Caring, having, owning, keeping, everlasting. And when you became a part of that movement, we put an R on the end of that. So now you became a choker. That R represented for us the caring, the having, the owning, the keeping, everlasting. The R became respect. That carried a lot of weight for a lot of people in growing up, because it became a very big movement. And that movement got so big that we carried that movement all the way to North Carolina. So he was very well known, not just in our hometown, but actually in North Carolina also, because the same thing he created as we were growing up, he created in a whole new city, in a whole new state, Jacksonville, Kinston, Snow Hill, that whole surrounding area. They almost called us a gang, the movement that got so big. But the dude was serious about that community work. You remember my partner last year that died right before we went to the pig picking. He died 2 weeks later, but we went down and seen him while we was down there dealing with the pig picking. But between these two guys, my boy Snake and Boss Choke, people like Jerry Stackhouse, Brandon Ingram. Let me see, who else? Charles Shackelford. These are guys that Snake and Benny and us, we mentored as these were kids. Now we know these guys went on to be NBA basketball players. And that giving back to the community, even LeBron, that giving back, that willingness to give back to the community was all based off this unknown soldier, but everybody knew him, Mr. Benny Robert Blackwell, a.k.a. Boss Choke. He passed last night. We got the phone call this morning. And it was, again, when you got dealing with death of a family member, because he's still my cousin, but to me, it's more than just my cousin. He is like the big brother, because he is actually the man who molded me and my brother, down to everything that we ever done in life. And even when we moved to Florida and he was still in Ohio, we still were close. I mean, never went without knowing what was going on. Always was in the back watching things, and then things he didn't like or things he might have heard, he would be there. He was one of them guys that, people talk that bullshit and don't be really about that life. This dude here is the reason why we really be about that life, because that's what we stood on. Sometimes you gotta be 10 toes down, not just talking a bunch of bullshit, but really be about the things you say and you believed in. And this dude was a prime example of giving back and caring and being humbled. But you just didn't want to be on the wrong side of a person like him. Like you got people be out there talking that shit and come up with these little statements like, "All y'all bitches." You better not say that around that guy, because he gonna check that in. He gonna make you change them words. I don't care about everybody else in here, but I'm in here. And he would get them words changed, and he didn't care who you was rolling with, because when boss stood up, before you knew it, everybody was standing up, because he had that kind of respect. And it wasn't, he had some hands, I ain't seen, he was known for knocking people out. But he was also known for, demanding respect in all types of ways. But stay humble. Don't be a bully. Just regulate shit. Don't put up with nonsense, but be true to what you do and how you do it. And that carried us a long way. I've told y'all plenty of times of how many people I've trained over a lifetime, a trade. I'm a stickler for giving other people and trying to find a way out. Even doing this podcast, this is our way of trying to give back something that has been given to us. Move it forward. This guy was the prime example of what put us in that direction, and not just talking about something, but actually being about it. From coaching football to playing football, what makes it so funny, because when I played football in the service, he was representing West Coast. I was on the all-star team for the East Coast, and we had the inter-service championship, and so happened we wound up having to play them. And he was the captain of the other team, defense, and I was the captain of the East Coast team. And it was funny because here we had to match up and not like each other. I played cornerback, and he played cornerback for the other team, but I also played running back. And he was always, waiting to see me come around that corner, just so he could just remind me I'm still boss type of situation. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that was a good friend, and he had a whole lot. When I say friend, I'm talking about family, mentor. But when you go beyond, when you say friend, that's somebody, a real friend, they never, ever go away. Family members, they all drift off into their own world. But when you got somebody as close as him, it was more of like me and Mo. Even though we brothers, we are best friends. We might not like each other most of the time, but we can't live without each other. Wouldn't know what it would be if he wasn't 5 or 10 miles away, or where I could go to him. But that's how this guy was. We could almost call us blood brothers, But the man carried a real important part of why we do the things and who we became as men. And even with that type of attitude, he was older than us. And he lived to be 67 years old. We're 63. My boy Snake didn't even live to make it to 60. So when we sit down and we have these kind of conversations, I'm always going to shout out the people that I lose that meant a lot to me in my life. Because it's always going to be meant for a purpose. Some of you might be as old as we are, and some of you guys might be young. And regardless of what you go through in life, you got to have a foundation or something that is responsible for who you become as a person, and try to leave a legacy behind it. See, this man didn't just leave a legacy in Akron. He left a legacy in North Carolina, and just to be able to do that on such a level and still stay and create a movement that worked. And you guys got to understand, I know what it looks like to start from nothing, stand on something, and create something that's so big that people were quick to call it a game, but the movement never changed from the caring, the having, the owning, the keeping, everlasting. And then part of that movement came with respect. And when you got a person that lived 10 toes down on that, and you became a part of that, and he was that kind of guy that you didn't fall short of that. I mean, to be a part of that movement, you had to be 10 toes down on that. When one move, everybody move. When everybody's out handing out food, you know, everybody's handing out food. When it came down to everybody getting that money together, to pay for a camp, or pay for uniforms, or pay for the band drums, this dude was spearheading it, and he held everybody accountable. I mean, when you talk about a bunch of people being held accountable and actually putting in the work, it got things done. And growing up and being around him and seeing that, and watch how we, even from what he did for us when it came down to the dogs, you know, never forgot that. Because if it don't be for him and we didn't have nowhere with the dogs, but probably the only dog we probably would have had was Blood. But because we were getting these dogs, he felt like, well, we're going to do this. And he made it happen. He never had any idea that we were going to take off and wind up doing what we did, but you always hear me talk about Boss Choke. He is not the KP. That's a whole different type of guy. The guy that's behind the scenes of us really was Boss Choke. So RIP to my brother, you know, rest up, because now he in a better place, and I know he always gonna look down on me, and he never missed a beat. What y'all doing? I heard this was going on. How's everybody doing? How your wife? I heard you got heart problems. See, and when you got that kind of love, to just always, because he never had to do that. I mean, he was that same guy to the day he died. You know, military kind of messed him up a little bit, you know, because, you know, once you have a tragedy close to home, it changes people. And it's not like he changed into a bad guy. He just basically changed into a nonsense guy that, you know, especially being a Marine, he really wasn't nothing to be played with. And he would fight the police. He would fight anybody, you know, because as time went on, the passiveness became more like aggression type of dude. You know what I'm saying? He was very, very high strung on when it came to getting things done. And that kind of, you know, because he had the ability to bring people together. And believe it or not, some people fear that. You know, they were so quick to call it a gang and tag him like that. But no one never really stopped and looked at all the things that he was accomplishing. You remember that Spring Hill? You know, it's Spring Hill Productions now, but LeBron has that Spring Hill up there. Where that Spring Hill used to be a wild place until Boss Choke came through there. That Summit Lake and them AAU programs, that was the man. And them chokers, they was behind all that. You know, the Frankie Walkers, the Eddie Jacksons. These are names you'll be hearing in that whole LeBron grow up situation. Down in Carolina, the Stackhouses, the Shackelfords, the Brandon Ingrams, the Snakes, the Timmy, you know, AKA Snake was Timothy Sutton. I speak of these guys because this one man is who created all of that. So I always called him the unsung hero. Maybe people didn't like the way he did things and how he moved, but he got things done. And he stayed humble. Never wanted to be in the spotlight. You know, that's why I always called him the regulator, because when he came through, things happened. And when things didn't happen his way, he made them happen. And that's something that I'm a true believer in, because I've been part of that movement, was there from day one. It has made me successful throughout my life, because there's nothing I feel like I can't do. And as long as I put in the work and get it the right people in the right places to do the right thing, I'm going to get it done. And I'm a no-nonsense guy when it comes to that, because in the end, that's where the reward is going to show. And you can't get to that reward unless you put in the right kind of work. So big shout out to him and RIP. And that's why we're going to dedicate tonight's show to my man, Benny Robert Blackwell, a.k.a. Boss Choke. Now, we know when we talk about the history of these dogs for us, and even moving forward, you know, we looked at this, you know, a lot of people on the outside looked at it like it, you know, we did all this because of it, just the sport, you know. They looked at it, we was just trying to be competitive and everything. But who goes out and have a yard of dogs? Just for the hell of it. I mean, it's got to be something there, you know, and that's why we say get off the sport part of this and just look at the lifestyle. Look at way back when these guys, the Earl Tudors and even the Maurice Carvers and the Kenny Allens and the Floyd Boudreaux, you know, these are old men, fellas, that we don't know what they did in their personal life. But we can still talk about them over here in this community, because that was the life that they were known for over here. And they weren't just peons. They were somebodies. These somebodies might go on for the next 100 years. Hell, we still talk about Kobe. We still say Leitner's name. We still talk about Hetrick. I mean, to me, that's what made this a lifestyle. Because you believed in something, you stayed with that something, and it became something that everybody wanted to talk about. It's like they changed the game. And it wasn't just about a dog. It's never going to be about just a dog. It's always going to be about the love of the dogs. Because how many dogs do you think that some of them men might have gone through to get the right dog? Some of them men I mentioned, they had a whole bunch of dogs. Them dogs might not have been nothing back in that time period. But look what history has done. Gave you like a reference to say they went from this to this to this, and it just went on, and we still talking about that. That's that lifestyle. Now, regardless of where this goes, moving into the future, the dog is still going to be the dog. The American Pit Bull Terrier. You can still have that love and the lifestyle of that dog, and it don't necessarily have to be in the box. And I tell you guys that because I don't want people to think that we're running against the grain. Because we're not running against the grain. We old school. There is no reason for us to try to understand anything moving forward, considering everything that we did in the past. It takes the new to make the change. And how y'all make that change, that's not left up to us. What's left up to us is the same thing when we got into this game, was the same thing that was handed down to us. The quality of the dog. And we couldn't have never done it without the dogs. How much time and effort and love did you put in to what you had that other people would want to talk about. That's the lifestyle. My kids, when I see my kids, they can have any dog out there. If they wanted a dog, you could go get a little Frenchie or go get an XL. But no, my kids have pit bulls. Pit bulls. Why? Why do you think they wouldn't grab a pit bull? Because look what their life consisted of. How many of us out here had a father or a grandfather that had dogs? It was almost like it was in your blood. You know, it became a part of your life. That's the importance of trying to move forward when it comes down to these dogs. You have to have that mentality to understand it's not about the sport. Remember that part of the sport's supposed to be dying. But that doesn't mean because the sport's dying that the dog has to die along with the sport. No. It's just I don't know what that looks like, and I don't know how y'all plan to do it. But I know in order for any change to happen, first of all, you guys got to come together. People say it can't happen. But that's hard to say to a man like me. Because in my life, I've done a whole lot of things, and I didn't do a lot of them things by myself. Because being around somebody like Boss Choke, I kind of understood what it took to make things happen. Whether I was dealing with the music, whether I was dealing with the business, whether I was dealing with the dogs, whether I was dealing with coaching a team, regardless of what it was, it all fit into the dedication and getting people to believe in what I'm bringing to the table and give them something that they can stand on and follow and become a part of, something you just got to be a part of, but still being able to be humble, dedicated to that movement. And see, that's what I feel like. And I try not to get in nobody's mess. We only address shit when we don't tell you how we feel about it and then go and address it if you don't like it. But be straight up. Well, twin, what do you got to do? You know, people don't have to take what we saying. I hear a lot of people saying that some of the things that we've said already, but I guess when we say it, it goes over your head. Maybe because we feel like we owe. But if you took more than half the shit that we say and actually put it to use, you might be amazed that this shit will work. It does work. And true believer, and you don't take a whole bunch of people to do it. All it takes is the right kind of people to get it done. Don't take a lot, just the right ones. Now, you get enough of the right ones, that makes people a little bit, okay, these boys got, they got some traction because you got more people on the same page. See, everybody doesn't have a twin brother. Everybody don't get a chance to have a person like Boss Choke. Because if it don't be for Boss Choke and setting that mind frame to being able to be that person of caring, having, owning, keeping, everlasting, and then gain the respect along the way, I don't think we would have ever been able to get out there and meet and move around as many as the people that we were able to meet over the many different things that we have done in our life. And my list of people that I have had the opportunity to work with over the many years of my life, whether it was in the music production, throwing shows. See, that's something else what Boss taught me. See, back when we were growing up before we went in the Marine Corps, he was the one that was throwing, getting the dance groups together and the competitions together to have the Easter shows. And the Easter shows became something real big. Everybody would gather up at the Civic Theater and boom. Now, if you know, coming out of Akron, you had groups like the Zap. My cousins, used to be Raw Soul, but that group that wound up being Raw Soul wound up being a group called Switch. Everybody know who Switch is. Great songs. Got a cousin who did that. Cousin James Ingram. So these are things that Benny was able to just, we were all kids growing up, and he was that older guy that was making all these kind of things happen, you know? And all that talent that was in that city, look how it would have never been able to show if it don't be for somebody like that guy. So learning from him gave me the opportunity to basically do exactly what he did. Come back, throw shows, bring people in, get these people noticed. You know, you hear a couple of my fellas that, you know, you might see a couple of them on Facebook jump out there. Big shout out to the twins. 'Cause, yeah, they say we were the first ones to do it, but really, I don't think we were the first to do it. I think we were the first to do it on that kind of level. We lifted up the game. We brought all the talent, all the eyes to come see what was going on. And all of that, you know, was all based off of something that we learned and we stuck to. And I feel like as we move along in this game, I think it'd be so much easier to have this success if you got away from looking at the sports side of it and started looking at the things that matter most, and that is creating a lifestyle of it. Because in order to create a lifestyle, it's like, how you gonna be a cowboy and don't know how to ride a horse? Don't make sense. How you gonna be a part of the horse racing community and you ain't got no horses? And then if you go get horses, like getting dogs, look at all the things that comes with raising cattle, horses, and dogs. It becomes a certain type of lifestyle. You're not gonna walk out there in the cow pasture wearing your Stacey Adams shoes. Man, you're gonna go in the house and you're gonna get your boots. You're not gonna walk out there in your brand new Jordans through the damn yard to clean up dog shit. No, you're gonna get your yard boots. You're gonna get your yard clothing. That's a lifestyle. That part right there is the simplest part of understanding how we move forward when we're trying to make a change. Now, me, I'm call myself, you know, the more, I would say, the more communicator. You know, I try to get my point across by just keeping it simple, stupid. Making change easy, don't make it hard. I've said this plenty times, and if you all follow some of the shows, and I've been on enough people's shows, my conversation doesn't change when it comes, well, twin, what do you think? There's no one man is ever going to make a change. He might come up with the ideal, but he's not going to make a change. He has to get people to believe in what he's doing and be able to guide them, have a plan, and then execute the plan. See, military just didn't give us guns and told us to run up the hill. They trained us to use the gun. They trained us how to kill once we got up the hill. And even when we went up the hill, we just didn't go up the hill to be giving our life away. It was all planned out. Everything that I've ever done in life that was successful was always planned out. And it wasn't about fixing things along the way. I mean, anytime you got to fix things along the way, then it's not really a plan. You're improvising. See, there's no room for improvising when you're trying to fix something, because how you going to have a group of people and everybody's now they're stuck in a position now where you got to improvise, and then you got 30 different people improvising 30 different ways. It's not going to happen. because you got too much back and forth. It just don't happen. And that's how YouTube has done. YouTube has set a standard that if maybe we talk a bunch of shit and we say, oh, so-and-so ain't never done no dog, how the hell is, take that kind of attitude. Because, you want to get a lot of views, so all you got to do is talk shit. Find something to talk shit about. I seen a video, big shout out to Buck City. First of all, I listened to, I didn't get a chance because I've been out on the job site, but I always have my headphones in. And yesterday I was on a job site and I had Buck's City, big shout out Buck, but the conversation yesterday really wasn't about dogs, but it was a conversation. Instead of me having my headphones on this job site, I had it Bluetooth into a speaker. So if anybody hasn't seen Buck's show from yesterday, you'll understand I had that show being played on a job site with a bunch of people. Now, they can't get mad at me because it's my job site. So in order to be on my job site, just what you're going to be listening to, and this is what we're going to be hearing for today. And it was crazy because it was so much sense being made, but in the same token, it opened the eyes up to a lot of the young guys to see me having something like that being played with all these older people, white, black, Mexican. You understand English, you would have understood this show yesterday. And it was a crazy show. But it brought reality checks to everybody in there. Because regardless of what was being said or why I was letting it being played, the fact is, if you didn't like it, what you gonna say to me? I'm the boss. There's nothing that could have been said that you could have still walked out because you couldn't take it. But you can't come and tell me nothing because that's what I decided that they needed to hear. And it actually brought reality to them hard-headed young guys. The only reason that you in here, the only reason that you running that wheelbarrow, the only reason you picking up this trash over here, because you got to put in the work. You start at the bottom to work your way up, because I'm paying you. You keep doing what you're doing, then I'm going to be teaching you. I don't need to be going back and forth. I don't need to be being questioned. I need you to do exactly what I need you to do. And in order to see if you're worthy of that, take that motherfucking wheelbarrow, take that pile of shit over there, fill that wheelbarrow up and go dump it. And I need you to hurry up because I got some other shit for you to do. That ain't me being an asshole. That's just me putting in that work to see if you're worthy of even me moving any further. Because if you can't fill up that wheelbarrow and do like I said, you ain't even got to the hard shit yet. Why would I waste my time? And that conversation kind of fitted, my attitude being I had the right people there to hear it and understand where I be coming from when I be walking around doing and acting the way I act on a job site. Which brought me back to the conversation today on Buck shit. It was still funny to me, but it was for myself because I see the way social media, how it works. And it's not that I'm not trying to be, me and Mo ain't really trying to be a part of that. I sometimes listen just to see if somebody want to give me a reason to go kick a little knowledge and then rip your head off. Because there's some people like my boy Boss, Boss Choke, There's you know how you be out there talking that shit, you just don't know who really out there. But when that he come in or he happen to hear that, you hear, oh, y'all punk guys, man, y'all ain't shit, y'all put all that shit. Don't say that with him in the room, because he gonna make you change that whole entire statement. And nigga, I don't give a damn. I mean, you know, people talk that shit, but when a person is really about that life, and you will change that statement, or you will get knocked the fuck out, and any and everybody with you will get dog walked, because he had that kind of control. You never knew who was part of that movement until it was time for that movement to show its face. And that, in them times, it wasn't about no guns and gunplay and all that other play, you know, because back in our time and through that whole situation for us, and it wasn't about the gunplay. It was about, you know, you got to take an ass whooping or shut up. See, it's so easy for these young guys to get mad and go and pow, 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 and take somebody's life, and then their life is already over. So that's just two lives. Just is useless. And they always say, "Well, ain't nobody saying that." Well, because let's talk about why ain't nobody saying that. Because you ain't got a whole lot of boss chokes out there. You don't have a whole lot of products of boss choke out there like us. So you don't have a whole lot of people act and talk that life, but if you was really about that life, you would really have more people believing in whatever you're trying to do and help you get there, because of what you're giving back is what's going to create the movement. So as y'all move forward talking about, you know, that change, nobody really come up with no solid change yet. Y'all know, like I do, I get around. I know what change looks like. I know what it takes to make change. Outside this podcast, I'm an old man trying to sit back and enjoy the rest of my life. I'm dealing with grandkids. I'm watching the people that's close to me die. I'm dealing with that goddamn heart failure, my down self, wife dealing with cancer, brother dealing with a heart issue, but yet we still get up and we still do what we have to do, because we have no control when the good Lord comes to cut off that switch. So why sit there and worry about it? With all that going on in my life, I don't have time to be dealing with bullshit. I have nothing but respect for my life, to enjoy it until I can't enjoy it no more. And then after I'm gone, does it really matter? Because I don't know what's on the other side, but I might as well enjoy it while I'm here. So when we do these podcasts, we make it, this ain't no damn, you know, paid in place. We talk about bulldogging over here. We try to keep it as real as possible. We try to get y'all back there to understand. See, everything that you want to talk about moving forward, y'all ain't even got that figured out yet. So I have to take you on the way back to try to bring you up to understand that this is how we could talk about this even in the now. Because y'all haven't done enough to even change this part yet, or you wouldn't keep going back to that. So at some point, you got to start changing the landscape. I've lived back there. I know how to change the landscape. You know, I am still one of them kind of people that said, you know, that can tell you what to do. How do I know? Because I've done it. I've done it. And trust me, fellas, this ain't had nothing to do with trying to be a millionaire. No, never. For me, it was always trying to give back and still have the best time in life that I could possibly have, but I'll still be able to help and show people how to live and how to enjoy yourself and don't have to worry about somebody else controlling what I did in life. You teach other people how to do it. They will respect you in the long run. Like I respected him. Like my other people respect me. Like I respect my mentors. Like my mentors respect me. Because we all take our hat off to anything that we had a part of when it came to be successful. That's how you're going to make change. That's where the success is going to come in, when y'all can make it move from what is killing the game to the new look, the new outlook, to what makes the game, because the dog ain't going to change. The American Pit Bull Terrier going to be the American Pit Bull Terrier. The quality of what that American Pit Bull Terrier is going to be based on the people who have the dog and what you're trying to get that dog to do to become the best at whatever it is doing, because it's in him to do it. The quality going to be based off of his performance, regardless of whether it's climbing a damn wall, running the treadmill, or pulling some damn weights, whatever the hell you're going to come up with. The dog ain't going to change, and neither will the quality, as long as you keep dealing with performance. Now, understand that. That's why I'm talking about the lifestyle. You got to just understand the lifestyle and what it takes to become something worthy of talking about. And you're never going to do it by yourself, because, again, for all the ones who feel like I just stay to myself, well, that's okay too. But don't be mad because you talking about what you did, but then it doesn't matter because what you got to show for it. Just gonna make a difference? Nothing. Not a damn thing. You just another motherfucker with dogs. It's a whole bunch of them. Whole bunch of them. So how you gonna make a change with a whole bunch of them? Everybody else Tudor. Everybody Maurice Carver. That's what you got. A whole bunch of that talking shit, but I ain't got nothing. What you got? You can't be goddamn it Earl Tudor, or he been dead. Your story is your story. That's it. That's your story. I ain't no verification. Just that's you just talking. Okay, all right. I ain't taking. See, I don't knock that kind of shit. But that's all that is. It is just what it is. It's shit. Because unless you're trying to do something that's going to better your situation and the community when it comes to the dogs, you might have the best dogs the community can offer. But you're not going to be able to prove and show that by just talking your way through it, like I see a lot of people doing. Got the best bred dog in the world. I got this, I got that. Just because that motherfucker bred the way it's bred don't mean his performance is about shit. That only work for people who don't know no better. That shit don't work on people like me, us, vets, OGs. That shit don't work. Because you just talking. Show me something other than what you saying. Show me why you think you got the best shit. See, and that's going to hit a nerve because you ain't got shit to show. See, that's what that thing that make you want to start talking about, well, you know, you ain't did that. Well, the thing is, that shit don't work for a person like me, because I can at least get a conversation started and start slapping you in the face with shit, but understanding there is no comeback for you because you really don't have shit. So why argue when the best thing you could do to save yourself is, first of all, shut the fuck up. Close your mouth and open up your ears. If you open up your ears, that means it will cross into that thing called your brain, and you might learn something. You ain't always got to have a response. Sometimes it pays to shut the fuck up. That's what created our lifestyle. As cruel as I might be sounding, What if, I mean, come on, y'all. What if, and I'm just saying what if because y'all don't know me personally. But what if I am really that person to live 10 toes down on everything I say and I do in my life? What if I was really that person? How would you really know without me just saying it? How? The only way you would ever know is you would have to step into my community, my circle, have a reason to be there. Then maybe you might find your answers. That's why I liked the Bucks show yesterday, and that's why I let it play on my job site. So as hard as it was with all the cussing and some of the things that was being said, it actually needed to be heard. Because for the young guys who was there, who I was really trying to get to understand, they wasn't out on the streets. They wasn't trying to be over there selling drugs. They were actually using me as a way out. And if it took them raking that shit up and running it to the trash can and listening to me say, hurry up, I ain't got all day. I'm trying to make you quit. I'm trying to see you say something fucked up. I'm trying to get you to throw the barrel over or act like you didn't hear what I was saying and just keep on walking. I'm trying to see all of that. Because there's no way in the hell that I would go any further than that shoveling that wheelbarrow if you couldn't get that right. If you can't take me dogging your ass to get that part right. Because you would be a waste of my time. Because in order to get past the bullshit and get to the real shit where it's really going to matter, that shit with that wheelbarrow is just the beginning. When it really matters is when you got to take care of your family based off of what I taught you, and then be responsible for a whole lot of other people's families based on what you know. That's business. Ain't nobody out there doing it like that, and if it is, we don't have enough people doing it. So with all these podcasts and everybody talk about these goddamn dogs, nobody's talking business and nobody's talking about results. So I'm going to talk about it. That's why we're going to talk about today about a lifestyle, because this is our lifestyle. This is why I dedicate this show to my man, Benny Robert Blackwell, a.k.a. Boss Choke, because that's what created my lifestyle. And it works. We're going to see if we can do that for you. You ready to get on this, Mo?
I guess, man.
Yeah. Get on it, bro.
Hard coming back in the motherfucking man with all this shit going on. A lot of shit going on.
What up, everybody?
Glad to see everybody make it out. All the scene.
Hat to the side here.
I'm trying to remember when that was that Schoolboy cop. Was that yesterday? Yeah.
I don't know. It was, yeah, it had to be yesterday because it was like 16 hours ago when I seen it.
Yeah, okay.
Turn this up. Mike check. Let me give my quick shout outs right quick to everybody in the house. Where did I leave off at? I see my man. Okay. I want to give a big shout out. 4K 1927 in the house. What up, fam? My man Petty Rob 2109. I see you, fam. My man Mr. John Dembry in the house. What up, fam? Top Flight Stone Cutter. I see you, fam. My man Mr. Christian Bartolola in the house. What up, fam? Full Bike Kennels. I see you, fam. Ken Yuta. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Michael Schrader in the house. What up, fam? Yo, man, that new suspect Kennels. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Derek Lockett in the house. What up, fam? The one and only Mr. William McNeil. What up, fam? Future Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Rabbit Man. You right, fam. What up, fam? He said, preach, twin. I got him, fam. I got him. Welsh World. What up, fam? Hey, appreciate everybody for showing up. Don't forget to hit that like button. Hey, fellas, look. I know participation is hard around here because everybody just generally just come in and just sit there and listen. Hey, but if you got a question, just pop it up. I try to get it. But the super chat, super stickers, all that shit definitely does work. So support the channel. And I'll do my best to help support you by keep giving you this content till we just can't do it no more. So appreciate everybody for showing up, showing out on this Talk Shit Tuesday.
I'm trying to find my shows, man. So I had to write one up, man, and I forgot which one it was. But let me see. Okay, I go with one of them. I'm trying to had it selected. I just don't know which one it was.
I don't know what you're looking for. Talk to him.
Might be this one. Yeah. Okay. 1955. Hey everybody, I hope everybody doing all right. I'm trying to find my piece here of a couple shows back in the day. Mike, you got extra pair of glasses? I didn't bring my glasses. Lord, I'll be right with you. Well, in order to trying to find my stuff and just trying to find something to say. That's all. I'm talking while I'm looking. I like to be looking. Let me pick this one here. It was a 1957 one that I had. I can't find it, so I'm just going to take it off of where I'm at. And there was some good ones too, man. I mean, I had some good ones. Pictures and everything. Pictures and everything. Y'all hear me, man? Might say I'm talking too low. If I can't hear me, let me know. I'm really mumbling under my voice because I'm trying to find my damn paper that I pulled up. And I'll be right with you guys. I say it's old, it's the shit is old. Yeah, I'm gonna start right here. All right, guys. What I was trying to find, which I didn't find, I went back and got some things to, I think it's Rondon, and there's another guy. It sent me some of the old journals. I'm talking about like 1953, 1955, Pit Dogs, and these are journals. Okay, like I'm start off with something like this one. 1953. We've seen this before. We see this dog in this picture in books. Richard Stratton's book, as a matter of fact. That this is a 1953 basic, what we would call the journal back then. Okay, I'm trying to see if I can, this is just the male. Look at the stud dog back then. Old Bob Wallace back then in the 1953s. Don't look like old family red noses, don't it? Just introducing a couple of the purebred old family reds that suit me. Nothing to peddle, nothing instead. Old Bob Wallace. Kind of read some of these letters, even back then. You know what I'm saying? Like this would be a good one, and I think it was like in part right in this area here, where I'm going to try to enlarge it so we can kind of read it together. Right there in that section there, I just want to go through it. I can start from the beginning because it's really an interesting letter. Okay, let's start with the beginning. It says a nice letter some time ago from Mr. Jeff K. of New York, in which he states some very good advice to all of the young men, and some of the older ones would do wise to heed some of this word. There isn't much activity in the Northeast anymore, but when I was a young chap 40 to 50 years ago, the sport was very much alive. At that time, I was so situated I could not attend any of the conventions as I neither had the means or a motor car. Later on, when they were held in the South, I couldn't go. Also, in 1951, I was all set to go to the spring convention when I was notified it was called off due to lack of matches. Here, the young fellows aren't interested, and most of the old timers have gone on to their reward. Over 20 years ago, many saloon keepers had matches fought in their places, and mostly for the benefit of their bar business. Once the sport starts to decline in any section, it is hard to get it started again, as many prominent people don't like to be associated with a losing cause. This sport has been run down by many of the people associated with it, by doing actually damage to the sport. But once you get the better element interested and clean sportsmanship prevails, then the sport will soon regain its popularity. Think about that, y'all. They're talking about this in 1953. Years ago in these sports, some put various rubs and poison and washes on their dogs, and occasionally it resulted in fights amongst the spectators due to losses and some to drink. Once unfavorable reports start, many like to add to its damaging effects, which is a hobby to them, argue at home, and like to start a rumpus just to justify their pent-up cussiness and emotions. Nothing pleases a man more than to breed or own a winner. An honest victory being a real pleasure, while a dishonest victory sometimes turns all honest sportsmen against them. Everyone interested in the sport should do what they can to boost the sport, and if it is only a small effort, if all do what they can, it will be brought back to its popularity and proper place in the sports world of today. Then again, if one goes into the sport, they will never gamble more than they can afford to lose, causing them and their families to retrench in their budgets. It generally gets the families sore and they proceed to knock the sport, and it has many damaging effects as once the newspapers get a hold of it and start a crusade, it is a death row blow to the sport in the vicinity and does harm for years to come. Boost your game as healthy as, boost your game as heartily as you feel it is justifiable, and back your dogs to your financial capability no further. After all, it is the sportsmanship we want to cultivate, and not the size of your wallet. Now, they saying this back in 1953. See, that's August 1953. This was an article on that Anderson's Champion Trouble. And I'm really trying to find some these matches I had. I'm just going to scan through them. I'll go back there and check them out. There go A Lily to the Living by Bob Hemphill. There go Dan McCoy. He was the one that came up with the name Old Family Red Nose. There go Clyde Mason. This is their shit. They go Alexander Colby. Colby's Noiseless Treadmills. No kennel was complete without one. Old Earl Tudor. The Gamest Ever Bred, Old Family Red Nose. We'll have pups to ship in November and December, males or females, $50 each. Summerville, South Carolina. Old Earl Tudor. Winners for the past 50 years. He got his chickens and his dogs. The Pit Dog magazine has moved to a new location. That means it moved up to Atlanta. The new ad says, please address all mail to the new address. Okay. But I'll go back up and read it, but I wanted to just skim through the ads and just show you some of these dogs. The best in old time bloodlines. They'll be for $35. Red is a 4-time cross to my old Tanner dog, and his blood has been tested plenty in the pit. Jack is out of Kennedy's Little Joe dog that showed that if he couldn't win, he could at least lose right. Jack's dame is a female owned by Leo Kennard that has been eating his food for a long time. Enough said. If you want to improve your bloodline, we have it. Picture of mating on request. That's Old Man Hunt and Jim McKenzie. See, to me, it's like this old stuff, and these are the names that we talk about. Look, we way back in the 50s. Yeah, these names is very familiar to a lot of you guys in today's game. You know, you got, look at the names down here. At the end of the convention, they will notify Colonel Ham Morris, our official referee, and he will present the trophies. We will pick such judges as Harry F. Clark, Joe Cavino, Jim Williams, Bob Hemhill, Al Brown, Rob Rothenberry, Paul Sween, and such men as these. Excuse me. You know, I mean, these are old dog men. I mean, I have one over there, they was talking about old Clyde Mason. I mean, the book that I had, and I might not put it in the right place, and that's probably why I didn't run across it. But it had, it really had a lot of good matches. Clyde Mason was going into a couple good dog men. I mean, there was some good shows. And the reports were pretty good. This is over here by Bob Henfield. He was selling a book. The book was called Modern Combat Rules by Bob Henfield. Eliminates trickery. Puts a premium on gameness. Modern and up-to-date take away the rough stuff that causes arguments. Eliminates the unnecessary drag contest. Defines clearly the functions of stakeholder, referee, timekeeper, handlers, and watchers. Treats contests as a sporting event for sportsmen. Shows how to avoid accidental fouls. You see what I'm saying? Printed in bound and tough copy. In my 25 years experience with the dogs in the pit and an intimate desire as a breeder to see that the dogs get a fair shake and the basis for modern combat rules. $1.50 per copy. See, this is 1953. And you're right. I can go right up in there and pull up a 1996, and we could be looking at the same shit damn near 50-something years later. 50-something years later. And we're hearing the same shit now. Same shit we hearing now. The only difference is now, this is to me would be like, you know, I'm happy to have this stuff. I'm very happy and very glad to have it. Because I can get in here and share it with y'all. Being, you know, y'all didn't have these kind of things around y'all now. And from these old dog men, how many of y'all really, A lot of these guys out here can tell you about Dan McCoy. And a lot of these guys that's in this book, right? This one book right here. But just imagine, between 1953 and 2024, these old dudes from 1953 still ring more in y'all minds. You know what I'm saying? In y'all minds. Why? Because of certain books you didn't read, certain stories you didn't heard. Why are we seeing a lot of you guys know these people? You know? I can guarantee if I say Clyde Mason, almost everybody in here would actually know who Clyde Mason was. But look how far back we talk about Clyde Mason and Dan McCoy. Dan McCoy once told me that whenever I saw the name Bob Menifee on the pedigree, to get out my stud book and study the breeding and matings behind the Menifee dog. And I would learn what it means to be a careful breeder instead of a hazardous breeder. I have done that, Mr. Bob Menifee and Clyde Mason, and I passed on McCoy's advice. Bob Menifee has bred some truly great dogs, and he has done it by carefully studying the bloodlines behind the matings he made, and then by selecting outstanding individuals as brood stock. To know Bob Menifee is to like him. He is so quiet around a contest, so obstructive, and so thoughtful of other fellow. You will not know he's in there unless you seek him out. If he has an interest in a contest, just watch him do the washing, and you will learn what it means to wash a dog thoroughly and correctly. He handles the opposing dog easily and correctly, always showing the utmost consideration for his opponent. He needlessly does a job thoroughly and competently. I like the bull sessions around the conventions and contests. They add spice and good fellowship to our sport. But to have a quiet and serious powwow with guys like Bob Menifee is to tap the source of gems of wisdom in his rugged pit dog game. If the newcomer in the game seeks accurate, truthful, factual information and is so fortunate to know Bob and a few others like him, he will be years ahead to keep both ears open and listen. So Bob, here's your lily. We hope to see many more of those Menifee bred ones go down the line that the good ones do. And we hope you will be there to enjoy the fruits of your patience and intelligent effort. We cannot properly call Clyde Mason a newcomer, but we could hardly give Bob Menifee a lily without mentioning his sidekick. If I had the job of nicknaming the guys I know in this dog game, I would call Clyde old up and coming for this is exactly that. I would call Clyde up and coming, for the, that is exactly that. Well, close to it. Clyde has a kennel of real pit bulls. He has some of the real old-time bloodlines, and he is producing some individual pit artists that compete on equal terms with anything being bred today. Clyde is a successful businessman, one of those rugged outdoor individuals with a world of energy and an intimate love for the game. He does not back off from matching anyone, and one of the most admirable things about Clyde is his frankness. When he advertises a dog open to match, or when he says he will match, he means exactly what he says. No maneuvering around, no bullshitting, no publicity seeking, and no backing out. He will give any man a match and lay his dough on the line. This fella does his own conditioning and handling, and he does a good job of it. He isn't looking for any advantages or out of the pit. Not looking for any advantages in or out of the pit that are not a fair part of the contest. One of those fellas who usually bring his best half along, and I personally think his lucky for Miss Mason is one of those rare ladies interesting in a world of enthusiasm for our sport. Clyde, here's your lily. Just keep things going to the way you have them well started, and you will straddle many a winner that will make the crowd cheer and your own heart sing. Be a pusher, get in behind your magazine, and let's put it across. We need articles of all descriptions, pictures, accounts of old fights, and of course we must have all the event news pertaining to the great breed of our dogs, of ours. You know what I'm saying? And this is an old book. And I'm pretty sure, like I said, y'all know these names. Old Clyde Mason. Pit Dogs reward two statue trophies for the best dog or bitch and second best dog or bitch at the convention. We have in mind appointing a committee of the older men who do not have any interest in a dog that is competing. It will be their job to get together and pick the dogs they think are the best. At the end of the convention, they will be notified. Remember, we just read that. And look at the people they was picking. And look how they was doing things back then. This magazine believes every man has a right to his own opinion, and we will not back off from publishing letters from dog men who disagree with us. We stated frankly that we are against any of these old rules that permit rough handling in the pit, trickery in handling to get the other fella to foul out, calling off your opponent's dog, and drunkenness. Drunkenness around and in the pit. Look at the first issue of Pit Dogs and you will see that we appeal to the younger men to get out in the opening and match their dogs. And making their appeal, we realized that the younger men needed to be able to compete on better terms with the older and more experienced men that was possibly was possible under most other old practices. Then too, things changed with the times, and we believe a lot of things connecting with the dog game needed changing. Just take a look at what has happened already. Look at the men who are participating in the coming convention. Damn Cops, Adrian Taylor, L.A. Woofner, Jolly, Kearns, Carver from Texas, Roger Barbie, Skaggs, and P.A. Wallace. Here you have professional baseball players, amateur boxers, ex-football players, rodeo contestants. All of these sports have their disagreements, and around them you will see an occasional fist fight, but they are out in the open with their sport, and they are always perfecting their rules to improve the sport and increase good, healthy interest in it. The older men in the dog game will one day pass on, and we who are the beginners will be left to carry on. And if new men bring new ideals and the sport improves and is better accepted by the public, then every one of us who is a lover of the pit bull dogs will have more fun, and we will have more action. If you do not agree with the younger breed of dog men, we will publish your letters just the same, but I believe we have set our goals in the right direction, and the proof is that the younger men mentioned above are already signed up for the convention program with the old boys who string along with these ideals. And this is just one of the books. Now, that was just one of the books. Now, that was a 1953 book, y'all. And it's how many years now? We in 2024. We in 2024. We ain't far from being 50 years. 50 years, we out there. And look at this. This is the point that I wanted to really point out. Even then, they was depending on the young. I mean, come on, 1953, and they rubbing dogs, y'all. 1953, and they weren't about the public reaction, y'all. 1953, they still talking about conventions and sportsmanship and honesty and how the game is being ran down with the unruly. The old guys taking advantage of the new guys. You know what I'm saying? Trying to close them out. Shut them down. Just imagine the new guys. What do they have to do? If the old guys is controlling the game, you know what I'm saying? And they acting like sharks, attacking the young, because they ain't telling you shit. For you to be a young dog, man, to get your hand on the right dog to go in there and start slapping down on these old dudes, you know, it took a lot. And it usually took a lot of, like they say, mouth closed and ears open. I mean, Mike had basically the conversation that we just got done reading from a journal in 1953. Even talked about the business of the game, the unruliness of the game. What that shit sound like? That sound like some shit in 2024. The unruly behavior, the disrespect, the cheating, the messiness. Well, they tell about people that talk too much. They talk too much and have nothing to show or prove. They just talking. No, they like to hear you get quiet and show us. Let your behavior and the way you conduct yourself and the way you do business in the sport validate who you are. Your dogs will validate your work. You know, and your respect will get validated by those around you. You know, I'm a good guy, but I mean, what would that mean if my dogs wasn't shit? You know what I'm saying? And how do you know that? You got to put the work in to find out. You know, that was a big thing even back then. And you don't see no champions and grand champions and all that shit, you know? Look, I got one. This one here is against this is the good one. Rebels against the Yankees. That's like basically saying the South against the North. August 23rd, 1958, 9 o'clock, Midwest site. Pitches at 34. Referee Bert Klaus. Timekeeper Bruce Johnson. I'll make this a little bigger. That'll help y'all get a chance to read along with me. Mike Ferris of Chicago against Otis Burleson of Olimerly, North Carolina. Mike putting up 315 to Odess 265. Yeah, I'm betting you $315. 315 to your $265. The Otis dog had the long trip to the match. Okay, that's understandable. The match was a private one, so the crowd was relatively small. But the side bets of participants ran the total amount at stake to around $800. Now, even then, y'all, they had to do shit private. Just want to take a little short note on that. Even then, they got to do short shit private. Mike using his 25-month-old brindle with white blazed face, Kobe blooded Molly, bred, raised, conditioned, and handled by Ferris. Otis using his 5-year-old bobtail brindle, Chi-Chi, bred by John Sievers, raised and handled by Burleson, conditioned by Howard Till. That's Till's Jeff that. Oh man. That's old Mr. Till. This is 1958. Match was to be under modern combat rules. But as there was no impartial referee who was familiar with these rules, the parties agreed to the UKC rules. A scratch and turn fight after a turn was made. Dawes was faced at 8:45 p.m. Met hard in the center, both with face holds. After a couple of minutes of wrestling, where both seemed even, they worked slowly and almost deliberately. Both could bite hard and did a little shaking. Molly, in our opinion, had the hardest bite. She tore a dime-sized deep hole under Chi-Chi's right eye early in the battle. Later, she opened up a deep cut, which couldn't be covered by a quarter, on Chi-Chi's left front leg. She also punched deep holes on both front legs, both stifles, and around the head and mouth. Chi-Chi was no slouch in the punishment department either. She cut Molly's mouth severely and punched several deep holes in the legs, chest, and head. Chi-Chi preferred an ear hole most of the time, while Molly bit wherever opportunity offered, getting stifle holes the most often. The fight was fairly even for the first 10 minutes as the dogs swapped mouth, head, and leg holes. Molly started stepping up the pace of her attack and worked the stifles over very hard, while Chi-Chi stuck mostly to the ear. For the next 30 minutes, it seemed as though Chi-Chi was out of her class as the savage body Molly tore her up almost at will. At 9:16, Chi-Chi seemed to get stronger and went into the stomach, stifle, and throat. It again seemed even until 9:22, when Molly yelped as Chi-Chi shook a front leg hold. Chi-Chi had weathered the vicious attack and seemed to know she could take all that Molly could dish out. Chi-Chi then went to work deliberately, taking her holds and bearing down. Chi-Chi was on top of Molly the rest of the fight. Both dogs were winded, but every few seconds Chi-Chi would stop panting and grab a leg or high on the chest. At 9:30, Molly was yelping at every bite Chi-Chi made. At 9:45, Molly yelped at every move Chi-Chi made, whether or not she took hold. At 9:48, both dogs were on their feet and a turn was called on Chi-Chi. It seemed that she was actually swapping ends to attack again. Chi-Chi made a very slow step-by-step scratch, and when she was about 2 feet from Molly, she lunged hard and took a face hold. Again, Molly was down with Chi-Chi on top. At each move Chi-Chi made, Molly yelped. Chi-Chi would take a breather for 20 seconds or so, then grab half-heartedly at a leg or the throat, but when she got the hold, she bared down hard. At hour 5, Mike asked Otis if he scratched again to win. Otis refused. At 10:08, they agreed to separate the dogs when they were out of holds, and Mike would scratch, and then Otis would scratch back to him. At 10:09, the dogs was parted. Molly refused to leave her corner and tried to hide behind Mike's leg. Chi-Chi became the winner in 1 hour and 25 minutes. Here's some pictures of that match. Chi-Chi and Molly meet. Face holds. Chi-Chi is the bobtail. Picture 2. Molly works the stifle. At this point, Chi-Chi looks a little pooped. Keep in mind, that's Chi-Chi on the floor right there, y'all. That's Chi-Chi right there. Getting that stifle toe into. Picture 3, Molly works Chi-Chi's ear. Up to the point Molly seems to be having things her own way. Picture 4, Molly works on Chi-Chi's face as handlers look on and give their dogs word of encouragement. Now look where Chi-Chi is now, y'all. That's Chi-Chi still on the bottom. They got many good pictures there, but as they're still slinging them. Picture 5, here we find the tables have turned as Chi-Chi bites into Molly's midriff. Right there, see it? Picture 6, in this photo, Chi-Chi has downed Molly with an ear hole. Picture 7, this photo shows part of the spectators as they watch Chi-Chi, now the top dog, the village blacksmith, Joe Cavino, with his usual loud sports shirt, hat, and cigar, watches with studied interest. Picture 8, Mike Ferris is ready to scratch. Molly is not. She seemingly is hanging her head in shame. She's done. Mike at least saw to it that she didn't jump the pit. What? With that solid brick wall surrounding her? No, he must have knew. I'm gonna take this corner in case this bitch get in trouble. She might jump the wall. Some of the boys wonder why this was such a hush-hush affair. It started out as a very private little get-together, but the word did get around a little. That don't look like there was enough people there. Among those in attendance was Mr. and Mrs. Bert Klaus and the daughter and daughter Sharon, Mr. and Mrs. Howard Till and sons John and Steve, Mr. and Mrs. Aldous Burleson, Miss D. Burleson and daughter Deanna, Mr. and Mrs. Carol Foster, and 3 children, Mr. and Mrs. Mike Ferris, Mr. and Mrs. Harry Hansel, Mr. and Mrs. Jim Stevenson, Bob Faulkner, Norm Johnson, Joe Cavino, Frank the Leg, Randy Adam, Quiet Dan Adams, Dick Adams, Leroy the King, Niles Schumacher, Kenny Reich, Mr. and Mrs. Chuck Kleinsmith, Dr. and Mrs. Al Caswell, Mr. and Mrs. Ed Palmer, and 2 others who did not wish to be identified for business reasons. This is the smallest crowd we ever seen at a match. But it contained the most beautiful collection of women we've seen in years. Howard Till and Mike Ferris made a tentative match between bitches at 42.5 for some time in March in the Mid-East. Howard's planning to use Dolly, the conqueror of the great Amber Dog. Mike planning on doing some hard screening to select one to get back into the winning column. Could you ask Mr. Bob Hemphill to outline his modern combat rules in the magazine for the benefit of us in the Midwest? Now, the match that I'm looking for was the match that had Amber winning a big match. So we'll definitely get a chance to see who the dog that Howard was bringing that conquered the great Amber Dog. But I actually had the match in a picture with the Amber Dog. And that was the one, it was a big convention and all the great dog man was there too. And it gave us a little insight on the modern day rules. the rules were, like I was saying, when I started hollering, change the rules to everybody scratch the win. In the modern times, you see these guys here, they're making suggestions and changing rules and coming up with new things to adapt to the time. So where we way back up here in 1958, that's just showing facts and proof that time changes, rules changes. They calling shit out. We got bitches at 36 and 37, $500 and up. They print their shit out. Yeah, you can put us down in there right there. We got it, okay? They don't care they don't give a damn what state you're coming from. They don't give a damn where you at. They don't give a damn what you bringing. This was bulldogging. Doing this shit in our time. You just couldn't put. We used to put open to the world in the journal. That motherfuckers would put OTW on your ass. They had Pandy OTW. You know what I'm saying? But this is just, I'm always talking about the importance of the book. If y'all notice the pictures, even the pictures of the dogs. You see these pictures right here. These are old pictures. We are still using such of these pictures. Man, I got that very tattoo. This tattoo right here. This right here, I got that tattoo on my arm. $1958. Look, bids for sale. Price for quick sale at $40. 14 months old. Even bite, chain weight about 45 pounds. Bitch got bad ears. This one here, it says yesterday, August 17, we had a match here in the Cajun country between Floyd Boudreaux and Curtis Kendrick. Boudreaux was using a red dog called Man, a two-time winner, when Guthrie was using a brindle dog, which is a brother to Scott Nelson, T-Boy, that whipped the Viper dog in the 1956 convention. What is that? Green conditioned and handled the brindle dog. The red dog weighed in at 47 pounds and the brindle dog Stony at 47 and a half. We had about 60 people at the pit side and fought number 317 each side, whatever that means, and plenty of side bets. So I guess that was, we fought for 317 each side and plenty of side bets. The dogs was turned loose at 413, and the red went for the throat and worked in for everything he could while the brindle held the ear hole. The red dog changed holds and twice tried to go at the other dog where he lives, but each time failed. Both dogs was good wrestlers and went from one hold to the other. At around 17 minutes, the brindle got a hold of a front foot and cut it up pretty bad. The red weakened fast from the loss of blood and soon made a turn. When called on to scratch, made it good and hard, but was too weak to stand up to fight. And the brindle worked in for everything he could. Both dogs made each 5 good scratches, and the red refused to scratch for his 6th and lost the match at 34 minutes. This red dog fought twice in 1 year and won, but the third was too much, and so Stoney won. Don't forget who had the red dog. Red dog, Floyd Boudreaux. Doing too much. I mean, they even got their Gamecocks over here. The Gamecock, it's different. It's going to go down through here. The Truth Seeker. Those kennels that do most other winning at shows do so for a very basic reason. On average, their stock is above average. For this is to have become a realization. They merely have done the obvious. They use genetic principle coupled with selection. It is as simple as that. Here's a secret. It can't be done any other way. Not a hindrance to the truth is slow, but sure suicide. For those that are yet salvageable, the following is the one most important factors pertaining to breeding success. It verifies all of the above. Even low intensity inbreeding leads to the formation of distinct families or strains within a breed. The degree of prepotency, the perils, the intensity of inbreeding, and the non-commandment increase in hymos, whatever that is. If for no other reason, the genetic law alone gives absolute and uncontestable reasons why even the mention of the AKC opening its file to the trash hodgepodge breed, fighting or pit stock and unthinkable. If you're operating a puppy factory, hold on, you open the puppy factory, the above may jar you as you don't want this known. If you love the breed and don't use it as a vehicle to project yourself, you have bought this long ago. If the AKC should unfortunately once again open the files, let's pray that they limit it to those pit dogs with a minimum of 7 of their 8 great-grandparents being AKC registered staffs. Let's pray that they limit it to those pit bulls with a minimum of 7 of their 8 great-grandparents being AKC registered staffs. However, place some special mark or number on any future staffs with them in the pedigree so that true genetic breeders of 40 or 50 years in the future can steer clear of these impure lines. There is a chap in Georgia that has some unregistered dogs that have an adequate pedigree to warrant their emissions. They are owned by a chap that I believe is sincere and no doubt would be an asset to the breed. It is too bad that there are not more in his position, that have his solid sincerity. He has some stock that are 15, 16 AKC bred, and they are damn good ones. His case is totally different from the vast majority. If there is some way of taking his stock in without opening the doors to hodgepodge trash, I'm for it. This is so-called India South Pole wonders that are only 50 to 75% AKC blood. Pass. It says, and then follows a few comments by one who cannot and does not deny that his expert kennel breeding stock was founded on curs given to him by pitmen. No, I mean, y'all want me to keep on going, I'll keep on going. Which one? About the curs. Now remember now, you remember what he said. You know, he ain't shaming himself because he said he bought. He said his breeding stock was founded on curs given to him by pitmen. Pitman. Now, what do we call pitman today? Is a pitman a man that just owns pit bulls, or is a pitman a man that matches dogs? Because if you was a pitman that just because he's the pit bull, then we can't say you got curs because you ain't doing shit with your dogs to know if they curs or not. So I'm gonna take it over here in the presumption that they talking about pitmen that's matching dogs, probably taking their cur shit, getting rid of it by passing it down. And the guy can't seem to win with his trash. But because they're supposed to be in good pitmen, they're taking these dogs and they're getting played. That's all it means. And, you know, this was a good book because it got a little, it got a little deeper. I'm not going to read it, but I'm going to show you it got a little deeper. I mean, they went there. They went there talking about the Staffordshire Terriers and all the shit that was going on back then with the AKC and the UKC. You know, I'm just going down, just sliding through. Look, they first best in show. You know, it's just good reading, you know. I just want to just slide down through here and show you there was more to that article. Another good match with Gizmo. I mean, and these is old books. So Jack Kelly right there. Now remember what year this is. That's Jack Kelly, September 1958. I'm 63 and I wasn't even born yet. I was born in 61. But these is old matches, old dime. But we know these people. We still talk about these people like they was in the 60s. I mean, it really in the 90s. I mean, I've never heard us speak on so many old dogs, not even in our time. Was we really riding on Floyd Boudreaux? I mean, and that's for real. Because Floyd had produced enough dogs with the bloodlines and the lines of dogs out there, y'all, that a lot of those Boudreaux dogs was out there in other people's hands. And long as they was winning, you know, everybody's going to always go along to the source. This is how Floyd has been able to be the great Floyd Boudreaux. Damn near shows up at any show event and get a trophy for just being there. He's going to get the utmost respect and notification and acknowledgement that Floyd Boudreaux has blessed us with his appearance. Because we can say, even in 1958, he was not unbeatable. Wasn't none of them unbeatable. And for one thing, for damn sure, they was definitely sharks. Those was sharks. Then it didn't really have nothing to do about the money. Even though, you know, back then, $500 probably a whole lot of money. I'm just saying, the fact is, they didn't play in a circle. Do we call them guys fast lane? Or what do we call them guys that travel? They live in different states and they hooking at conventions in different places. So for all those who, you know, like to swing that thing, you know, that y'all don't get out. That's why we can't read about you in none of these old books and find you in none of these kind of stories that we are reading today back in 1958. Even they made it possible for themselves to be exposed because they was getting the notoriety. And on top of that, in 2024, we sitting up here pulling up their shit. This is like an artifact to a lot of you guys because well, that book is so important to us because of our times back in the times that we needed the journal. You know, the relevance to the new because you weren't brought up on such a publication that you lose the value because you never had the value of its worth to appreciate it. And that's why I'm putting it out there because I hear so much talk about, you know, the lack of that you don't have and the little value that you put on the fact of us that did have it. You know, we can't validate y'all. Y'all look for validation when you don't get none. You know, your journal is APBT'S Online. You know, and APBT'S Online, there's no government body. All it takes is somebody to go up in there and put a pedigree up, throw some pretty colors on there, and maybe try to get off with a lie and name their dog a champion when, you know, first of all, the dog probably ain't bred like that. Second of all, the dog ain't a champion. You know, maybe it's just for his self-being. Maybe it wasn't meant for you to contact him or question him. Maybe he was doing that for his own private, you know, reasoning. But you're mixing it in there with all these other ones and all these other people that uses it maybe for more real situations, maybe to high situations, you know, but that's not a publication. That's not nothing that you can draw a history notification or verification from. You know, that book, these books was important then, and as the years went through, they continue even though the names may have changed. But if you notice, you know, I think the whole show today was based on what Mike was talking about. It really relates to everything that we just read in 1953 and 1958. Basically, damn near word for word. And trust me, he never seen these articles. He never seen none of these books. But just his conversation with me, I said, man, I know what I want to do tonight. You know, I want to go and I want to dive into what they was thinking back then. They wasn't thinking no different than what we was thinking in 1996. The only difference is we dealing with crime and they was dealing with really no crime, but their popularity was shrinking due to the behavior, but at the same time, they was trying to keep it on the low because I guess people was already talking about the dog fighting shit even back then. Well, it may not have been a crime yet, but it started working itself then. But I'm going to tell you when it started being a crime. Okay? I'm going to point out why it started being a crime. Right there. I'm going to point out why it started being a crime. When that crowd right there started changing. When that crowd started right there started changing. That crowd started adding more colors to it. From Mexicans to Latinos to even blacks. Competition changed. Where did we get the dogs from? Where did Latinos get the dogs from? Where did we get our starts from? I can tell you what was going on in 81, when Cheryl Powell took me to Atlas and them crib. Back then, remember, I didn't even know who Tom Gardner was. Yet he was coming up in a conversation about him selling, his dogs a little more to the black guys, basically. Everybody else was on the $300 thing. I thought they all agreed to that. Basically what I was picking up during the conversation. They just didn't say selling to the black guy. They would say selling to the fellas, those fellas. They wouldn't call us niggas. They wouldn't call us Negroes. They wouldn't call us blacks. They call us those fellas. You know what I'm saying? And evidently Tom was selling to those fellas for $500. And it came up in an old conversation. Never once did I ever even sense any type of prejudice from Atlas Brewer or James Edwards. And was that because they gave Sheriff Powell, who was a black sheriff, the respect as a sheriff? Or they gave him respect as a guy who respected them and respected what they was doing? With Sheriff Powell coming from Pennsylvania, he's coming from up there with Sam Lambeer and up there in the north, them Yankees. And back then, remember, you got Art and them being, migrating up into Ohio. You're going to have Zebo gravitating up there. You got the Kingfish gravitating. The North became real ugly, y'all. The North became real ugly, and it was really based on dogs that was being bred in the South. It's just the North was getting the opportunity, like me being able to go down into North Carolina, meet Atlas Brewer and James Edwards, and grab these dogs coming right out of Molly B and Snooty and those type of dogs, and able to go up north and win with those dogs, not knowing a damn thing while I'm down south, because they wasn't teaching us nothing. They wasn't trying to tell you how to put a dog in shape. But they gave you some nice ass dogs. We got some nice dogs from those two guys. Not knowing how important they were in the history of the dog game. And I'm sitting right there with them down there every Sunday, every Saturday. Whenever Sheriff Powell wanted to ride up there to their crib, he'd come by and get me. And I was enjoying the ride. I was enjoying the scenery. And not knowing, being new to the game, I'm just like the very same guy, the very same statement old dude was talking about the newcomer, the up and coming. I wasn't even an up and coming. My man, being Choke, Boss Choke. When I got those dogs from them, I gave those dogs to Ben. He was the one that had the yard. He was the one that had all the pit bulls. I had all the Dobermans. I had all the guard dogs. He had all the fighting dogs. And my job was to go around. You know, he would put on his work gear, get out there and take care of those dogs. And my job was to take my knowledge to make sure that I knew how to take care of them and learn how to take care of them, because I was already taking care of dogs. So I had a pretty good idea of how to take care of those pits. What I had to learn how to do dealing with the pits, where, you know, Kojak and Apollo would get into little squabbles, you know, a Doberman bite to slice you. And, you know, I didn't have little incidences where Apollo had to check Kojak, and, you know, because he was trying to become the alpha dog and Apollo wasn't giving up his position. So sometimes they had to fight for that spot. And Apollo had to exert his alpha over him. But he would get hurt. Both of them would get hurt sometimes, trying to work that out. So I learned how to stitch dogs with, you know, the cat guts. So, and I had a vet, old North Carolina Kinston vet, who was a real good guy. He you know, he was a sympathizer because he really took care of us when it came to the medicine, the IVs, taught me how to run an IV. Excuse me, guys. Taught me how to run an IV, you know, and explaining to me, you know, certain things that you have to do, you know, when you go to taking care of a dog. You know, if you're going to tear up a dog, you fix the dog. You don't go to bed in the morning and then come back thinking you're going to fix the dog, because the wounds are going to be so swollen that what you could have did that day of when the dog acquired such an injury, you know, it's just going to be 3 times harder to work with because of the swelling, and most of the time the infection setting in and the pus in the tissue, you know what I'm saying, that, you know, he made it a point, make your job easy. You know, never leave what you tear up. You know, always take care of what you tear up. If you can go out there and do that to your dog, then bring your dog home and take the same amount of time that it took for you to tear that dog up, put that same amount of time into patching that dog up. And I learned a few things from him. And I've always wanted, because of what he said to me, that was one of my most important things. And guys that know me, they will tell you that we always call him Twin. They always gonna call Twin, because Twin has been taking care of dogs and fixing dogs and saving dogs, you know, for a long time. And I study. Not only did I sit back and watch, I studied. I got to know, you know, veterinarian assistant techs, getting to know, like the old guy in North Carolina, you know, explaining to me most of the things that I learned. You know, I got more in detail when I had that assistant who was able to get me that Merck book and in her book that she went to school for to be a veterinarian. You know, she had that one book that's got everything in it. It didn't cover dogs. It got everything in it. And it was given to me for a Christmas gift because, you know, she put a lot of work into really sharpening me up. I mean, you know, she taught me how to take a pressure cooker and sterilize my surgical tools. You know, she showed me how to literally sterilize my stuff. Know how to clean it, and then know how to sterilize it using a pressure cooker. So I learned how to take care of them as I was trying to learn how to patch them back up. You know, thank God for the staples, because the staples, they came along real good. But even in some cases where she was teaching me how to put drains, you know, take the IV line, cut little holes in it, put it into your wound, and then, you know, leave it inside your wound so when the dog starts pussing up, it's not sitting under the skin. It's actually leaking out through that IV tube that you put in their chest. So there's little holes inside the wound that it leaks out, and every day all you're doing is taking some peroxide and literally squeezing it down the tube to flush the tube. You know, keep the tube flushed out. You know what I'm saying? We used to shoot Ibandine in the tube. After running it through with the peroxide, we would shoot the Ibandine down in there, to, you know, surgical scrub stuff, and then just kind of move around the room and scrub it. You know, if it's stitched up, then we would stitch the little tube, you know, where it wouldn't move around. And then put a big old Elizabeth collar around the dog's head. Because we don't want him licking it. We don't want him biting on it. I mean, it's a good investment. You know, why clean your dog up and leave him there to lick lick his wounds? And he's licking all your staples out. He's licking up. No, it's almost like you have to have an Elizabeth collar if you are rolling or fighting your dogs back then. You know, how many guys really did that? A lot of guys didn't. And that's why they carry a lot of unnecessary scar tissue that was never going to always show up on their dogs. Because they let a lot of dogs heal right down the chain and were just going out there shooting them with some penicillin. You know, I've seen many guys roll several dogs and all they did was just give them some penicillin and put them back on the chain. Man, I could never do that. I wanted to clean and wash and scrub my dogs up and close them up. You know, and got so good that I was using numbing cream when I was packing them hoses up with bag balm and my triple antibiotic. I would have my little numbing cream mixed right along with that. You know, I got so good I was able to find me some Novocaine where I could actually numb, Lanacane, not Novocaine, Lanacane, where I could actually, you know, take real serious wounds that would have my dog looking or feeling bad and make him feel a little better. You know? There's just many things that you could do, you know, to knock the pain down, to help your dog where he can get the proper rest and he heals so much quicker. So that was a lot of things that, you know, I'm pretty sure that if I would continue to go through some of these books, these old books, that I would almost surely find somewhere in there with all the matching dogs that they was doing. And, you know, even in 1953, it fell off. Even in 1953, they was talking about how uprousing it got. Now imagine, that was just them people. Imagine what was looking like in the New Jack era when we started really taking command of the dog fighting world right around 80, 85, 86, right into the 90s, when, you know, believe me, the dog fighting tripled. Yeah, when cocaine turned into rock cocaine, the dog game turned on to a new level. And that's just being honest. Because the greed of the very men in these old books, their greed for money, and are willing to buy the best they got for the money. Now we got good dogs. That's their shit. Don't forget that. Go back and then work your way up. How else did we get it? And it wasn't like nobody walking on my yard taking anything on my yard like, you know, Earl did, the old guy that had Dibo. He never wanted to ever say that, hey, you know, Earl bought Dibo from the guy. He said he went over there and got the dog. Now, we are still talking about a time when they were still spraying us with water hoses. And we still had separate bathrooms. And the Latinos wasn't even thought about yet. You know, the Mexicans wasn't even a problem. We was literally, you know, they was coming across the border with weed. Weed wasn't a big old problem back then. Not back in the 50s and 60s, shit. Coca-Cola had cocaine in their damn sodas. Back then, coca leaves is shit. Same thing to make cocaine. So, you know, times changed. But again, did you notice the conversation, nor the problems, or the right way of doing this really never changed? Adjustments made changes. The people and the mentality and what it takes for it to work never changed. The reasons why it was going to shit is the same reason it's going to shit in our time, and probably the same reason it's going to shit in y'all time. But at least, you know, we had a book to keep everything as part of historical notes. Y'all have Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, WhatsApp, all the wrong shit. It's all the wrong shit because you have too many storytellers with nothing behind their stories. See, you just couldn't go throwing your name in a publication acting like you know what the hell you're talking about when you have so many eyes on that publication and they asking who the hell is he? You know what I'm saying? That, because you'll stand out like a sore thumb because you're talking all this, but don't nobody even know who the hell you is. Why can't nobody verify that this man is even doing what he say he got? Because it's in that publication with many eyes, old eyes and new eyes. You would stick out like a sore thumb. Remember, that was the downfall to Beeline. You know, he tried to keep it in his own little lane, but sooner or later it drew attention because you got sharks out there. You're not going to be telling me you running up these champions and grand champions and you having all these matches and these people are out here constantly looking for the best to go into, and we keep finding ourselves bumping into this dude and we can't get no get on. And you start questioning, is his shit really real? Who is these guys he's beating? Brian, is that you? No, I don't know. That ain't me. You know, he making the names of the great dog man, using them like, you know, is it them? No. But if it ain't them, maybe it's people in his family, you know. He played it real good, but you ain't got but so long to play that shit. Because you're going to attract sharks. You're going to attract that part of the game where guys were out there looking for competition. It didn't matter who you were. And in that New Jack era, we was bold. It was bold. They talking like 50, 60 people in matches. Shit, go to Ricky Jones, you got down there 200, 250 people down there at one of his conventions. Drinking, eating, having a nice time. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of our matches, we had over 100 people. Up in Georgia and Tennessee, in South Carolina, we was in a bar. We won 2 in that bar. And for guys who know what I'm talking about, down there by Savannah, you know what I'm saying? Back then in them days, that was the spot. And it had a lot of fun. My man said he owned shit from way down there. to way over there. And every damn tooth in his mouth was gold. Every damn tooth in the man's mouth was gold. That wasn't no plate shit. And that's what made it so fun to go around and meet competitiveness, you know, that you could travel and compete. The journal just made it more that the sharks knew how to find each other better. You know what? No real champion safe. I'm going to keep it real with you. You had to prove by smashing shit. Like if people saw Brat or Mama, they would think they could get Mama. But I'm going to tell you, you see Brat, you be thinking twice. Because you got to go home and figure out, you know, do you got the kind of dog that can go in there and slow that bitch down? Now, a lot of guys thought they could whoop Mama. Think you can whoop Mama. Mama started out too damn slow, and a lot of people thought that they could get her. So Mama was always having to defend herself. And I felt like this. If I was going to go into a big match and a great match, I'd rather take her into a dog like May May and let May May keep on whooping a bunch of champions. You can throw me on that little grill. But she was a Mayday dog. Can I honestly say that May May would have beat Pretty Mama? Well, if I was a betting man, I would say, and then being is my dog, I would say May May was a better dog than Mama, because May May would not give Mama that opportunity to slick around and wait till you tire yourself out. May May would probably be too much for Mama. So I don't take nothing away from Chi-Chi losing. I ain't taking nothing away from Nene losing. We all made great matches. But there's just some dogs, you know what I'm saying? Unless you really believe that you got that dog, some dogs you're wise to leave alone. And May May was one of them. May May could have easily been a grand champion. Easily. And so could have Pandy. Pandy could have easily been a grand champion. Easily. But even smart dog men that got money know that they don't want to lose senselessly. Senselessly. You know? Senselessly. Why would I take my bitch over there and I got Mayday shit on my yard? Give me a reason not to have to worry about my bitch going into her. But am I taking the same attitude when I got Buck Rogers in the Kunta? No. Why didn't I feel the same way? Because Buck Rogers was not Mama. There were two different dogs. Two different, when I say caliber, I mean caliber is, Buck Rogers was more of a May May. Buck Rogers was more of a Brat. You know, that's how I looked at them. They were those dogs. Mama just seemed to win that Best in Show, Gamers show from hanging around with her style, like that match that we read. Remember that? Molly was in there tearing Chi-Chi ass up. Chi-Chi all laying on the floor, getting the stifle chewed out. You know how that is. If that was us standing around there, we noisier than a motherfucker. We making much noise. We holler, Molly, Molly, Molly. Molly gonna kill that bitch. It's gonna be over. In true retrospect and reality, Chi-Chi took all she could take. Realized that if she ain't taking me out, found enough strength to get on her feet and go finish off Molly. It always looked like that. It's almost like a WWF TV show. You know how the wrestlers go in there and they slam each other and they, you know, 1 minute, one is like he just threw and at the last second he throw his arm up. You know what I'm saying? You know, the dog matches used to look like that. Or they, you know, they down and look like they out and all of a sudden all of a sudden they got this magical strength. Oh, Now the man hitting them in the head and ain't no more falling to the floor. Now they taking the shit. Well, matches used to look the same damn way, y'all. And these dogs was really going into each other. That wasn't fake shit. I've seen dogs take a beating. And for some odd reason, the dog that was giving the ass beating, he didn't give up everything he could do, and he still can't seem to get this dog out of there. Well, they turn around and they lose interest. And once they lose interest and the comeback begins, they don't have no comeback to recover from. And that's why that bottom dog is never out of it until he's standing in the corner or getting picked up. And that's what was the love of the dogs. You know, to see dogs able to withstand that type of pressure. Now, I've seen a few of them that, you know, like, you know, Queen was a killer, you know, Jigger, these dogs was killers, you know, and you never know when you're running into certain type of animals. Because anytime that you go in there and step over, you might be running into that death hole. That one dog that is going to just come in there and wreck your good shit. Man, I have these books, man, and I can show you all of them losing. Bert Klaus, Joe Cavino, Earl Tudor, all them old family red-nosed dogs was kicking their ass. Everybody, for those that didn't like red-nosed dogs, don't like red-nosed dogs. Red-nosed dogs been the most dominant dogs in the history of the dog game. Literally. I mean, and many people will say it's probably the old family red-nosed dogs. You know, but if you look at Stone City dogs. Most of them dogs was red. Look at Going Hard dogs. 98% of those dogs was red-nosed dogs. Back then, they respected those red-nosed dogs. Shit, you start talking about Tab, look at Gator. Black Jack's daddy was a red-nosed dog. You know what I'm saying? These dogs, you know, guys like black dogs. Well, I'm going to tell you, the most dangerous thing to a black dog to me is a red-nosed dog. Not trying to knock color and all that shit. But I'm going to put it to you like this. I ain't never lost to one. You know, I'll just put it to you like that. I ain't never lost to a black dog. Now, I don't know whether that's just by luck or, you know, I never found the scientific fact to that. But by paying attention to history, you know, those red dogs, red-nosed dogs had always had something over those black dogs, whether it was the ability or the gameness or in general both. Red-nosed dogs became very famous back then because they was winning a lot of matches. And they were starting to incorporate those red-nosed dogs into their lines like Tudor, like Kobe. Kobe got away from them, but shit, it was Kobe's creation. One of those old family red-nosed dogs was a Kobe dog. You know, and you hear people say, well, Kobe said he ain't never had no old family red nose in his blood. That's bullshit. I have proof. I have proof. For those that brought that to my attention, I had to give them proof. Same dog. What dog is that? What's that dog's name? They got that dog bred. Now you gonna tell me same dog, different name, but the same name of the dog. Bred the same way. Same person. Came off of Kobe's yard. They changed the name. But they didn't change the dog's name, just the owner's name changed. It was an old family red-nosed dog, one of the beginning, one of the famous breedings. that Searchy Jeff and Centipede came from was a Kobe dog. Old Family Red Nose with Kobe in it. So for those who believe that Kobe never had a Old Family Red Nose dog in the Old Family Red Nose dog, his line, that's not true.
That name didn't come way after Kobe because Maloney did it.
Well, I mean, Maloney came after Kobe.
That's what I'm saying. Red Nose, just the name Red Nose.
Yeah, it sure did. Red Nose was just a name that, you know, and what was they doing with these dogs? You know, how were they breeding these dogs? The Lightner dogs. These dogs was, you know, you got Lightner dark dogs and you got Lightner red dogs. Guess what? It was the red dogs that was winning. So that's in time. That's in time. Remember, we're talking about in a time that it was a misdemeanor to get caught fighting dogs. In certain parts of the country, it wasn't even illegal. I think more the public eye, you know, started, you know, with the cruelty to the animal shit. You know what I'm saying? Cockfighting, dog fighting. It was just being too open. Being too open. Too many people talking about it. So they even tried to pipe it down. You know what I'm saying? They weren't trying to glorify it as much. You know what I'm saying? And then you also got to remember those who wanted to stay anonymous because of their business. It wasn't illegal, so why you got to hide from it? That means society was changing, even back there in 53. It started changing. But they don't want to be associated, or they don't want their name associated with something that people started not liking. Because it was open. It wasn't illegal. Conventions were big conventions, big shows. These guys, you know, they ain't driving around in Camaros and RVs, yet they traveling from different states. In 1953, imagine what they driving with a bulldog up in that motherfucker. Okay? That's bulldogging. And their thought based on that was just one book. I'm going to go through several of these. I'm going to start sharing these things with you guys. So, because what I'm pushing for is a lack of respect of the historical value that you guys don't have. So how can I expect you to value something that you never had? How can I expect you guys to appreciate something that you never had content of to appreciate? Remember, you guys don't have it. That's why, you know, a lot of you guys aren't buying them. You know, Schoolboy got some of them. You got guys out here just passing that shit out. The notable guys, make yourself worthy and get a part of history. But those books are good reading, even though, you know, I was in the now, even back then. You know what I'm saying? Those books was a wealth of information. All those books was just to have them. You know, and being that you ain't got them now and they extinct, you know, for those, you know, remember, I got something that I can put with even the books that I have that I see that we're in. You know, that means in your time, in the years to come, if y'all don't have no type of publication, those books are going to be like the Holy Grail. You know, those books back then are going to have great dogs, and we're going to lose a whole 20-year gap between the game when it did the worst. It did worse than the Depression in 2020. 2020, when it became a federal crime, those days of big shows, those days of publication, those days of feeling comfortable about your greatness and the work that you put in so hard to have a great dog has been diminished. Where back then they was trying to come up with new rules, trying to clean the game up. Remember, most guys in these days, they getting busted. I'm getting, I can see you now getting raided in a dog fight. It's already a federal crime. And just so happened that when everybody started running, they dumping money all in the yard. They dumping guns all in the yard. They dumping their dope in the yard. And there ain't nobody trying to go to jail with the shit on them. So they going to put it on everything that was going on illegal. So now they're going to find all that shit out there and they're going to put all your faces on the news. And they're going to talk about the guns and the drugs. You know what I'm saying? They're going to build that up. And then they're going to build up the fact that, we are such cruel, out of control maniacs for hurting these poor dogs. On top of the drugs, on top of the money, on top of the guns. So now they put all that in front of the dog and then come back with their heads shaking and looking down and looking up at the crowd with this look of disgust. With that look of disgust. Yeah, we found these dogs in horrible condition. Bony, on heavy chains. They put that all out there. Then they go right into the drugs, and the money, and the guns. Then they come back to the dog. By then, you know, ain't nobody gonna like you. Nobody's gonna like you. But that's a part of history that a lot of you guys have not been able to comprehend or appreciate, because I don't expect you guys to appreciate something that you've never had. And I'm starting to understand that. You know, I'm starting to understand that there is a time for change. It was time for change in 1953. You can't say it didn't change much, because it did, because the crowd changed. Not only the crowd in numbers changed, but the crowd in nationalities changed. Mexican, Puerto Ricans, Chinese, Filipinos.
Yeah, I want you to go after something.
Okay.
This is up to my man James Jones.
Mr. Jones, I ain't heard from him in a while.
I don't know, James. James said Kobe dogs didn't have Old Family Red Nose in them, but Old Family Red Nose had Kobe in them because the Old Family Red Nose came about after Kobe dogs were an established family of dogs. Bullshit. You didn't see the show?
We did a show on this, Mr. Jones. And I don't know where you get any information from. But it was clear that Kobe was already established kennel. He was already established. Here's the point. I'm not going to find Kobe in Centipede. Am I not going to find Kobe in Search of Jeff? Mr. Jones.
They made Family Red Nose was a name that they came up after the fact.
Old Family Red Nose was not even an Old Family Red Nose dog called that during the time that this Kobe dog became part of the Old Family Red Nose dog. It was already part of the line of dogs before old Mr. What's his name again? McCoy called him Old Family Red Nose. Mr. James Jones, Mr. Jones, you know, go back in there and do your research. Because before they was ever even called Old Family Red Nose, there was Kobe in those dogs. Before Lightner even got rid of them, they weren't even called Old Family Red Nose dogs. There was Kobe in those dogs. Now, You can come with your information outside of what you're speaking on, and I'm gonna come with mine, and then we'll discuss it on the show. Because remember, I got receipts. All you have to do is bring your receipts. I mean, we did a show on this, and I actually pointed it out. Give my briefcase, Mike. I'm not gonna pull it up and show it, but I'm gonna show them something that a lot of them don't get. It comes from the 1950 years. A lot of guys don't got this. This was given to us. Okay, I'm just going to show you the front of this, Mr. Jones. I could plug up my camera and really give y'all insight on this. Y'all see this? Y'all see this, right? Right there. That's the history of the American Pit Bull. Y'all done seen this page before. And you notice Kobe Gatley is on here. Y'all done seen that picture of that Kobe dog. I just had it on the show. This picture here was on one of those pictures. This was printed in old Texas. This is a copy of a book. It goes all the way back. This is just pieces of it. My old mentor gave me this book. This is a 1950 something book. And the very same old dog, man, that we were just reading about. With the generations of pedigrees. You know, I had to show y'all this, but look how many pages this book is. This is a real thick book. This man did not scan this into his computer. This man took and broke this book down. Broke this whole book down with all these pedigrees. All these old dog men. The very ones that we just had in 1958. The stories on them and how they came to be, Mr. James Jones. Okay, and I'm willing to challenge anything that you try to bring me to this book, because this book is older than me and you. And it really breaks it all the way down. So, like I said, in this book, in that time, Mr. Kobe was having red-nosed dogs. Red-nosed dogs, and these red noses that Lightning was using, that Kobe made the juice. Most guys said that Kobe said he didn't have no red nose come out of his line of dogs. That's exactly what he said. That's what y'all said he said. That he never had a Kobe line of dog in the old family red-nosed dogs. This is what they're trying to tell me in 2024. You ain't even on the right line, because that's basically what y'all told me at one time. That's what made me whip out this book and did the show that I did to show you were wrong. Read you the whole story. Read you the story all the way down to Lightning when the two dogs was, the dark dog, Lightning dog, was going into a red Lightning dog. And they asked him, well, who you think is going to win, Mr. Lightner? And Lightner told him the red shit. And in that red shit, you're going to find a Kobe dog. And this was long before they even started calling them Old Family Red Nose. All right? Right here. No, I'm going to kill you right. Matter of fact, I'm going to kill you right quick. I'm going to have to shoot you up right quick. I'm going to turn my camera on because I got the first page is a Family Red Nosed Dog. I'm going to show you Kobe in the long before it ever became Old Family Red Nose. Kobe all up in this shit, the very thing. What was Tudor's fighting Peter? Somebody help him. What was Tudor's fighting Peter? Google it right quick, Mr. Jones. I'm trying to load this up right quick, Mike, because I'm going to pop him in the head with that one.
Incoming call from 84.
You see what I'm saying?
Hey, what up, James? Hold on. You want to get on?
Yeah, come on in, man.
Okay, hold on. Hey, call me right back, and I'm gonna let just call me right back, and I'm gonna let Alexa do it so you be on the speaker. Yep. You call it in.
Okay.
He said he think you're saying the same thing.
But I'm pretty sure we're saying the same thing. Because if he's right, he's right. You know, I believe he just got it wrong. I mean, when you said it, Kobe said he didn't.
Alexa, answer the call.
Maybe I'm misinterpreting.
What up, fam?
What's up, baby? Come on in.
What's going on?
I like that. Ain't nothing, man. Go ahead and get me right. Go. Let's make sure we're on the same track first. I don't want to be led wrong now.
We on the same track.
Okay.
We're on the same track. I'm not. This is what I'm saying. Yes, we know Kobe dogs preceded what we came about known as what we know as Old Family Red-Nosed Dogs. We know Kobe had all kind of coat colors, all kind of nose colors in his dogs.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. McCoy, Mr. Leitner, Mr. Bob Hill, those guys became fanciers of the red-nosed, red-coated, red nail colors of that strand of dogs.
Right.
So what they did, they selectively bred towards just the red-coated dogs. For example, if I had, we know certain Jeep dogs, if you tighten up on them, they come red-nosed with the certain coats. You got certain dogs that come buckskin black-nosed.
That's right.
If I only breed towards the buckskin black-nosed Jeep dogs, I'm going to have, because I feel like, the red-nosed Jeep dog ain't worth this, that. So all my dogs will be, and we didn't have them from the same family, but mine should have just be buckskin black-nosed. Yours will be redskin, buckskin red-nosed. And what I was saying was, yes, when we take what we now quote-unquote call the Old Family Red dogs, the Hill dogs, the Wallace dogs, and you go back, you will start to see the Kobe dogs or the Kobe influence in those dogs. Now, there are certain, now I have to double check, but I believe there were certain dogs that were part of the quote-unquote Old Family tree that didn't have a lot of Kobe in them or any Kobe. There were some of the other Irish and English imports. But yes, there were some Kobe dogs that were directly influenced to what we came about knowing as or OFRN dogs. That's what I was saying when I said, I guess I should have worded it different by saying that the Kobe dogs just were they preceded what we know as the family of dogs, but as far as a red-coated, red-nosed game dog, then yes, those dogs did come from Kobe dogs. I completely agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with that because I do remember the show we did, y'all guys did, and I had a friend of mine, he was a fancier of RFM dogs back in the early 2000s, when me and him started kind of doing some things. And me being from South Carolina, knowing some people that, Mr. Hemphill, he was, back in South Carolina kind of.
That's right. You're right. That's right.
They only bred towards, because they felt like the red-nosed dogs were gamer dogs, that type of thing where we all breed towards certain traits, whether it's coat color. You have some people that don't believe in brindle dogs. Some people believe all black dogs. So you have this bias based on whatever your bias is, whether it's coat color, nail color, nose color, and you just breed towards a particular trait that you desire. That's why it's called selective breeding. So that's what I mean when I'm saying that the established Old Family Red dogs came after the quote-unquote established Kobe dogs. But yes, I completely agree. Kobe dogs did have an influence into what we came to know as Old Family Red dogs.
Yes,
so
sir.
again, I'm not disagreeing with what you said.
You're right. But we on the same track. We are definitely on the same track.
Hey, James, you made up a good point as we had this conversation because, you know, we always talk about genetics and traits, right?
Correct.
And we know if you move the right genetics based off of what you just said, this is why we always think it's important because it's still a Kobe dog, but look what they did with it. Some went one way, some went the other. Am I not right, though?
Correct. You're absolutely correct. And that's the thing when we look at, you know, all these bloodlines, you talk about dogs, the hemp-tailed dogs, or you talk about certain carver dogs. Like we look at Floyd dogs, and Floyd dogs branched out into many different directions.
Yes, sir.
Because if I got a dog off of Blind Billy, you got a dog off of Blind Billy, and Blow Joe in California got a dog off of Blind Billy. But all of us have our own standard, our own eye where we think a dog should be or what a good dog is. We can breed the same family of dogs and look up in 10 to 15 years, your dogs will look completely different from my dogs. My dogs will look completely different from the next man's dogs. Even though we all started with the exact same family of dogs, it's just what I like, what you like, and what we see as a good dog or what we consider what our breeding standards are going to be different from each individual man, each individual yard. So that's how bloodlines develop. Because like you said, a lot of these dogs trace back to Floyd and Blind Billy and, you know, the Dapple dogs. But look at all the different tentacles and branches that are quote unquote their own individual distinct bloodline, but it all goes back to, you know, those dogs off the early imports. Because I think, I don't know if Schoolboy said it, but just about all these dogs are either Dapple dogs or Cobra dogs at some point. They all go back to one of those two family dogs, one of those two particular dogs.
And you're correct, sir. You're correct.
So again, I'm not disagreeing with what you said. I should have just maybe worded it different.
Yes, sir.
The same thing.
Yes, sir.
I was looking at more of established family of dogs versus just looking at that red nose, red coat color that did come from Kobe family of dogs. I completely agree with that.
And that's right, because we can keep on reminding them about that Kobe's Pansy and Lighter's Pansy was the same dog. That's the dog I was talking about. You see what I'm saying?
Correct.
And we both agreed that Red Devil, Harvey's Red Devil, was a Kobe dog.
Correct. I completely agree.
All right? And even in the Hem Hill stuff, Broke Jaw, he was also a Kobe dog on the bottom. Family red-nosed dog.
Correct.
So it was actually, the remark that brought me to this was somebody said, and I thought that's what you were saying, that Kobe had made a statement one time in one of his interview that he had no Kobe dog in the old family red-nosed dog. That's why I did that show that day. And I thought that's what you were saying again tonight. But you weren't saying what you did not say that. So let me be corrected because I understand what you're saying now. So me and you are on the same track. I took what you said and put it in the same conversation that really brought it to the forefront when somebody said, well, Kobe said he didn't have no line of his dogs was in the old family red nose. And I said, no, that's not true.
True. Which it'll be hard for me to believe that. Because again, look at all these lines that at some point go back to Kobe. Just about, what we say, 70 to 80% of everything we know at some point goes back to Kobe.
Yep.
So it's hard to say anything that comes after Kobe, well, this wasn't already there. It was there at some point. It's just, like you said, Mr. McCoy or Mr. Leitner or Mr. Hemphill or Mr. Wallace, they chose to selectively breed on a particular trait that they desired, and they saw or felt that trait came from a particular coat color or nose color.
Here's the problem.
There's even an article, I think there's an article where Mr. Wallace or Mr. Hemphill actually talk about when you really get into it, the dogs even got red toenails. That's
right.
How much they bred on that red trait that they desired in their dog.
Here's the problem. Here's the thing in that conversation. When you actually look at the pedigree, we're not going back to 8 generations. We're finding this in 4 and 5. Okay?
So it's right there.
It's right there.
Now,
It ain't like we got to go way back looking for it. We talk about it within the first 4 and 5 when this change was going on. But it was changing in same dogs in different hands being done a different way. Still happening within
Correct.
4 and 5 generations.
Correct.
You're right. And that's a good point. I mean, I thought you brought up, it sparked up a good conversation on that though, because
I mean, we can see it in any. Like I said, you could look at. You got Floyd dogs. Like we were talking about Bullets and the Eli doing all those dogs.
yes, sir.
We got Floyd, the Blind Billy dogs. That morphed into what we now know as the Bullets and Eli dogs. That morphed into the Honey Bunch dogs. That morphed into the Jeep dog. That's like saying Jeep. That's like Garrett or somebody saying, well, my dogs, or Boudreaux saying my dogs or the Jeep dogs ain't got no Boudreaux dog in it. Yes, it does because it all morphs through generations. It's just that the genes go a different way when you start breeding middle makes. These offspring go over here. Somebody line breeds on this, or outcrosses on this. Kind of like with the Jocko Red Boy thing. You took two separate lines, you brought them together, and you created what we now know as yellow. And yellow morphed into what it morphed into, the Mayday stuff. You got so many different lines coming down from what yellow is. And it started off from the established line of Red Boy and established line of Jocko. Somebody could have easily took their yellow stuff and heavily inbred back into Jocko stuff. Somebody else could have took their yellow stuff, heavily inbred back into Red Boy stuff. You get two completely generations of dogs coming off those dogs, even though all of them started at the same mixture, the same recipe. But because I choose to breed this way, you choose to breed that way, our dogs in a couple of generations are completely different. And we create our own family of dogs, sort of say, and continue that, where now we got our own family of whatever you want to call it, down from Grand Champion Yellow. Just like with the old family Red Nose stuff, with its own standalone family of dogs down from Kobe dog.
Exactly.
Yes.
You're definitely right.
And like you said, we can find that in every family of dogs. You can find that in.
But we still got to keep in mind, we're not going back 8 and 10 and 16 generations. We picking these things up. The big change really is always going to be in your 4th and 5th generation. We try to make that clear every time we pull up a pedigree.
What you getting in that fourth, by the time you made that breeding, that 4 turned into the 5th, what have you done with the 4 that you got? They didn't look nothing like the 4th that was dead is now the 5th. You have lost the ability to produce. All you're doing is matching up papers. Where is the work? These pedigrees that I just got them pulling up, these was working dogs. These was dogs being used. They got their name from being used, not bred, used. Don't nothing move if it ain't proving shit, right? Don't nothing move, give it down how good it breeds. It looks on paper, it don't mean shit if it's not producing shit. Am I right?
Correct. And I mean, and that's what it was built off of. It was built off performing and producing.
That's exactly.
If you don't have nothing that's performing, how can you say your dog producing if he ain't producing stuff that's performing?
Say it again, James. God damn it, tell him, man. Let him hear it come from somebody else's mouth.
Right.
It goes hand in hand. It's kind of like when you look at Bank Street True's pedigrees.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at one of their pedigrees, they only breed the champions, the winners. Champion is the winner. They ain't breed no, well, she a brood bitch and she was roll hard. Nah. This she's going to a champion. And that was their recipe. You have some people, well, I don't test my bitches, but I'll breed them to champions and grand champions. You know, so everybody has their own. Like I said, in a group, my way of doing things, your way of doing things is completely different.
That's right.
But if I'm getting results, you can't say my way is wrong if I'm getting results. At the end of the day, all you're getting results.
That's the bottom line.
Those results can only be found through one way. Through some type of activity, which we know the activity we are looking at, that reveals some type of results. So now I know where to go forward, where to add some stuff in, take some stuff out, but I gotta know what am I, not put this male and this female together, what am I getting, what are the fruits of that breed? And I gotta find out what that is and know I'm on the right track of doing something, or I need to stop and start over again. And the only way to get that, you gotta have some type of
That's right. That's
some
right.
type of performance.
That's right. And you in the right room to speak it up, because that's where we at. You know what I mean? We ain't climbing up, we ain't talking about none of these dogs that we just had them pedigrees up climbing up a damn wall doing a confirmation shit, pulling a weight. Okay? We're talking, we're in our time. Not in the now. We're back there in the den where it counted.
Correct.
Because without that selective breeding, without that selective program, would we have the great dogs that we have today? I don't think so.
No. I mean, it's impossible because we know what these dogs are based off of. Even before they came to America, they were based off of pit fighting.
Thank you.
That simple.
Just that
Even
simple.
before the first dog was brought to America.
That's right. And we
The Irish imports, the English imports, and those dogs were perfected even before there was a written pedigree because, like Schoolboy said, most of them couldn't even read anyway.
That's right.
But they bred through traits based off performance. I'm gonna take this bitch and this male because he did this or he did this. And then, you know, as we evolve, we got written pedigrees, so now it's a little bit easier to track what somebody did 20, 30 years ago. But like I even said, even if you don't have a written pedigree, if you breed based off of what your eyes are showing you, based off of traits, you can still create a family of dogs and high performing dogs. It's nice to have it. Not saying you don't need pedigrees. It's nice to have a pedigree, but let's say there wasn't pedigrees. Could you still produce a nice family of dogs in your yard that can go out there and eat? I feel you could if you breed towards traits.
Yeah, if you breeding in what you see, like you said. You don't need a pedigree.
I tell people, breed based on what you see, not what you read.
That's exactly right. That's right. That is right.
Pedigrees are a lie to you.
They will lie to you every time. And it's based on what are you selling. See, if you're selling, the papers matter.
Correct.
If you ain't selling and you just taking dog and breeding dog on dog based on what you see, and maybe don't take, but maybe 1 or 2 generations of your own breeding getting results, then that's moving forward. But you can best believe that guy's not selling. He's not selling dogs because you can never know.
Correct.
Unless you're putting the work in to
never
know.
Because again, when you're choosing your male and female to put together, how do you know you're choosing the right 2 dogs without seeing them actually display their physical attributes?
That's right.
Because, like they said, they bred Zebo and Honey Bunch and didn't get nothing.
Nothing. But you can.
So, you know, based on the mom and the daddy, you could have told somebody these are going to be the greatest dogs that ever walk the face of the earth based on the mom and dad.
Yeah. And so the whole litter. So the whole litter in a day.
Correct. Based on the mom and the daddy. But then when it was time to actually put the rubber to the road, it was like this was a deal of a breed.
That's right.
So think about these guys that are breeding their unproven, untested dogs. Think about what they're breeding and producing when you had one of the greatest females and one of the greatest males ever to walk the earth put together and was a little dude.
That's right, though. You're right.
So, you know.
But you can't take nothing away from Zebo because Zebo did produce. He didn't produce with Honey Bunch.
It's just that particular litter. It just didn't yield anything.
That's all.
You could have get a repeat breed and probably got a whole little 8+ dollars, but for whatever reason, that particular breed, it just didn't work, and that's okay. It doesn't take away from either dog's resume. It's just that this particular litter didn't yield anything worth mentioning, and that's okay.
You're right, and that's what I like about the Red Boy dogs, and I'm gonna say the Red Boy dogs because if you notice, we have Red Boy Jeep, we have Red Boy Buck, We have Red Boy Jocko, and guess what? They all sit up there on the top part of the ROM list.
Correct.
What's the connecting factor? The connecting factor is Red Boy.
I mean, when it comes to that argument, I feel the very same way. I feel like Red Boy was just was a, I don't mean, you call him Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, whatever you want to call him. He was just one of those dogs. When we talk Red Boy like the 70s, we talking almost 50, 60 years later.
Mm-hmm.
And like tight thing, you can still find some great qualities in a quote unquote pure. There's nothing pure, but quote unquote a pure heavy bred Red Boy dog. Like we had me and some guys, we had a debate with the Red Boy Jocko thing. And I always say, show me a Jocko dog, a purebred or heavy bred Jocko dog in 2024 without any Red Boy. It's impossible.
Thank you.
There's no such thing.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing.
There's no such thing. So
find me an inbred Jocko dog that's about shit. Without Red Boy. Show me a Jocko dog inbred without Red Boy that's worth a shit.
I think there's one daughter of his that made champ. I think that was it. Everything else was either like a 2-time winner, 1 time. All of them got lost.
Yep.
The ones that had no Red Boy.
Yep.
Because even Miss Jocko, she's heavy Jocko, but she got a little bit of Red Boy on her bottom side coming through her grandmama, great grandmama, something like that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You can't really claim well because she got Red Boy.
That's
You know,
right.
so Termite got a whole bunch of Red Boy on his bottom side.
Yes, he does.
And then here's the thing. When they throw up Termite, I'm like, go look at all the Termite kids. Whether it's Gabriel, Cyrus, all of them was Termite bred back to true Red Boy bitch, so Red Boy bitch.
Yep.
So even with Termite, you can't run away from the Red Boy.
No, you can't. Termite, it was a savior because he's really the only Jocko cross dog that really, and he didn't produce much of shit, but he was still the only really Jocko dog out there that really you could speak of without saying, yellow.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, correct. Without any yellow. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Because even Miss Jocko, her claim to fame was being bred back to yellow stuff.
That's right.
So,
but we need him like we need Zebo. We needed him like we needed Zebo. There's no way yellow could work without Jocko. No way.
True. Can't take him what he did with that cross. He's in his jersey is put in the Raptors forever.
Exactly. Same with Zebo down in there and Lady Sassy Me with Rosie. You know what I'm saying? You got Zebo popping up in Kingfish. You got Zebo popping up in Eli. You got Zebo popping up in goddamn Kobe shit. Just a sprinkle of that dude. So you can't take him out.
Correct.
You cannot take Zebo out.
You got a lot of stud dogs. You got what I call true stud dogs, and you got males that can make you cry. They're very true stud dogs. Stud dogs, in my book, is when you breed this motherfucker, he's giving you him regardless of what you breed him to.
That's
Iron
right.
breed, iron cross, inbreed. He's going to really throw himself into regardless of what you put in. So we talk about the Red Boy, Grand Champion Yellow, Buck, Folio. Just to name a few of those true dogs that, like you said, 30, 40, 50 years later, their name still rings bells. Even, in 2024.
That's right.
Those dogs don't come Mayday. Those dogs don't come but every so often.
That's right.
Quote unquote, their genetics pick up the game and take it for another 10, 20, 30 years. Those dogs don't come but very so often.
Very true. Very true. That's good combo right there. I like that.
Mr. James, I am so happy that you called, my man, because you are very knowledgeable, and I don't know why you be hiding out there typing when I should be hearing you a whole lot more than I'm hearing
goddamn show. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I sent y'all the magazines. I emailed y'all those magazines.
See, then you's the one that Okay, then you was the guy I was missing. Remember, I
Yeah.
did say Ron. Then I did that. You was you.
Yeah.
You,
Yeah,
yes.
that was me. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes. Big shout out and salute. You know, because
Yeah.
you helped me prove my point. Without you, I couldn't have did what I did tonight.
And the reason I sent it in the magazine because we hear people talk about the journalists.
I know why you sent it in. I knew exactly. I knew you've been watching the show when you did that. I knew you heard what was being said.
And I tell people, you have to understand, there were magazines and publications way before they put out magazines in the 50s. So the journal just wasn't the only magazine. You had, like you said, we had My Friend or His Dog Time. You know, you had the Pitbull Reporter. There was, you talking about the 50s and the 60s, way before the journal.
Yes,
so
sir.
People talk about, well, this champion, that champion. You have certain dogs that may not be SBJ champions because those are just recognized champions. When the magazine came about, there were other dogs that were 3-time winners, 4-time winners, multi-time winners in the 50s and the 60s. They just don't get that quote-unquote SBJ Sporting Dog Journal champion. But there's been publications reporting the goings on across the country. Like you read that one article about the Yankees and the North and the South, where these dudes having 3-4 day conventions where it was just, hey, I'm putting the weight out there, whoever show up, they show up. Like, that's what they were doing. You know, there wasn't no picking and choosing. Like, if we had a bad motherfucker, hey, I'll be here, meet me there.
Yep.
So, you know, and like you said yourself, some of the ills or some of the warts that's on the game today, those things have always been there because it's an outlaw game.
That's right.
We ain't playing tiddlywinks. It ain't, playing softball on Sunday. It's an outlaw game because of the laws that encompass what we do. So it's an outlaw game. So you're going to have some shysters, you're going to have some slicksters and tricksters from the beginning of time until life get cut off. So that ain't nothing new. You just have to understand that and move accordingly when we're dealing with these dogs and everything that comes with what we call the American game dog.
Okay, you remember that. Remember you said the right thing, American game dog. When them dogs came off them boats, it's what we did with them to put the American part to it. The American Pit Bull Terrier. We put the American Pit Bull Terrier to that shit coming off them boats. Because we definitely made the breed better.
Correct.
We took it onto a whole new level, and through the years, it even got better.
Correct. Because like Schoolboy, like they say, even when those guys first got here, a lot of them was illiterate. They didn't have no pedigree. They were just doing stuff.
That's right.
And as you get a little bit more technology where you're able to track pedigrees and understand nutrition a little bit better, understand exercise a little bit better. I'm pretty sure when these guys was in Ireland, they wasn't going through 8-week keeps and weighing dogs up, watching feed. They just, hey, I got one, you got one, let's go figure it out. So when you look through the years, that's how you improve the dogs, by improving on genetics through selective breeding, through proper nutrition. Like you like to talk about aftercare. When you bang them up, can you heal them up? So when they go back out, they may not be back at 100%, but I can get you back at 95, 98% versus bringing you back out a second or third time and you at 60 or 40%. I'm not going to get what I need out of you, but I'm asking you to go out here and complete this task for me. So getting them back as much as you can too, because when you first get them off the chain as puppies, that first contact, you already taking some tread off the tire.
Yes, sir.
It's about how much can I put some tread back on the tire to make sure every time I bring you out, you give me everything you got. Versus, like you said, just banging them up, throwing some penicillin to them and throwing them back on the chain, expecting in a 2-3 months, hey, I'm going to put another 30, 40 minutes on you. Like, that ain't a good recipe for success.
Nope. And we read that match about Floyd losing with the Red Dog. Oh, you tried to do it 3 times in 1 year.
Correct.
3 times in 1 year. A point to what you just said, am I right?
Yep. And again, you never know, like I said, you might see one, you might read one that only went 30 minutes. But without actually being there, you don't know how much contact that dog received in 30 minutes.
That's right.
You might think, well, that's a quick one. He didn't took no damage, but it could have been an all-out swap-out war for 30 minutes, non-stop. So, like I said, I like reading some of those old magazines, just kind of, that time, but it was more, a little bit more, way more open than it is now, but still, there was a certain, way they did their thing that still translate, in today when we look at what we do, so.
Yeah, and it
I just want
plays
to
a
say
big
that,
part.
like I said, I get tired of people saying, well, the magazine ruined it. Nah, the magazine didn't. The world changed, laws got a little different. Yes, certain elements came in, whether it's with the money, the drug money, that also was a part of it. So actually, really, the laws have changed. That thing with federal, it really, because like I said, it's an outlaw game. You got people from all walks of life. You got the straight square people, and you got the gangsters and the hustlers. So when you mix all that together, you're putting a lot of different crossroads. You don't know who got eyes on who. You got something going on that may compromise my situation. I could be working great with 9 to 5. So the world changed, the laws changed. Not necessarily a magazine caused all. It wasn't a magazine. Like you said, they had the magazine on your trial. And like, hey, look at this stuff. You ain't got nobody to prove this stuff happened. It's no different than getting a book out of the library.
No shit.
A fiction novel.
That's right.
It's just a story.
And Your Honor, he don't need to have it on the stand. I thought you told me he couldn't use them books. You know what I'm saying? He gonna come up there with him anyway. Because that's the way they beat us. That's how they sit there and they go through these matches in the book. Imagine the jury finding me not guilty after seeing me in a dog fighting book, man. They didn't already fucked up the jury if you got a chance to show them this shit.
Because if the magazine was a problem, when they busted old boy and had all y'all names on that mailing list, it should have been world. It should have been bust going on throughout the country.
Thank you.
If it was the magazine was the problem.
Thank you. 5,000. 5,000 subscribers.
Correct. It should have been 5,000 arrests made if it was the magazine.
If it was the magazine. And then why was he able to push the magazine through his whole court case until he went to jail? Remember, he was still pushing the magazine while he was out on appeal.
Because in the court of law, that's just a story in a book. No different than a fictional novel your wife might read. No different.
That's right. And without you need somebody to testify that on page 16 with Going Hard Kennels, I was there. And you better have a buddy.
Correct.
You better have a buddy. And he better not know you.
Correct.
Because that's your word against my word.
Yeah. Correct. I mean, it's just in 2024 because we have to understand the world we live in, and we just have to make sure dealing with these dogs, we know what comes with it, and we just have to make sure we move accordingly. And I can only control what I control and those around me in my environment. And like you say, and still understand there's still a risk. Even if you take all the precautions and all this, there's still a risk that comes with doing what we're doing with these dogs. And if you're willing to take the risk, do what you do. If not, it's just ain't for you and go raise chickens or ducks or something. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
You can't get involved with these dogs and then when something happens, want to cry, oh, this. We understand what we do. No different than the dope game. Get in the dope game, you already know what you're involved in. You can't cry when it's time to do what you got to do.
Nope.
And
Bill, cry.
Bill, I got you on here, Mr. Jones. Always, back even when we was reading some of them old time stories and everything, I be trying to tell people this is not just a sport. This is a lifestyle.
It is.
And I truly believe that lifestyle overweighed anything that had to do with the sport.
Yeah.
Correct. It's when you are, like me, myself, I'm a dog man. Me and my partner, we got deer dogs, we got beagles, we go random hunting. I got homeboys that got bullies, I got these game dogs. Like, my granddaddy, he got me into this country boy lifestyle. I've always been a dog man. I remember seeing my first American Pit Bull Terrier game dog that the action that was going on, and from day one, I was hooked. And again, like you said, when you get in conversation, the pedigrees, and you hear the stories, and the old time to talk about this, and it's just something I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna be part of this, and it's a lifestyle. You got to make sure dogs are being fed, dogs are being taken care of. You got to do this, you got to do that. You can't have a yard of dogs that you take vacations every day. Like, these dogs got to be maintained. It becomes part of your schedule, part of your ritual. It's an everyday thing, especially when you're breeding You know, you can't be hanging out all night. Like you said, dogs got to be fed. Well, I'll feed them. When I get off of work. It rain. I ain't going out there because it's raining. Now the dogs done went 2-3 days without being fed. Shit all over the yard. Now if somebody come knock on your door, dogs ain't been fed, shit everywhere. Now you gotta answer questions.
Yeah.
So it's one of the things where, like you said, it's a lifestyle. Whether it's chickens, dogs, horses, goats, racing cars, racing motorcycles. I mean, if you're in it, you gotta be in it. Like how they saying, you gotta play the game fair.
Yep.
You ain't halfway this thing. You gotta play the game fair.
Mr. Jones, I really appreciate you coming up in here because it's coming from another horse's mouth, and it is a blessing to hear you actually pick up and call in like you had the number on store. And I'm just wondering, I do not know why I don't hear more from you.
Right.
I be wanting, because sometimes Twin be hitting on some stuff. I be wanting to chime in, but I like, I just, you know.
Man, this show ain't meant for me alone, man. Stop doing that, man. I talk shit to Mike all the time, man. I do. Yeah. I talk shit to Mike all the time. It's not my show. It's our show.
I'm just like, I'm still a young boy, you know. I've been in it for a while, kind of really getting back in heavy. You know, got some young ones on the yard, so I'm just trying to, you know, I'm still learning and listening to you and, you know, talking to people. So, you know, I ain't really, you know.
But when you can relate.
Like we all are somebody. But like I said, still, you know, picking up a little bit of pieces, looking at pedigrees. And, you know, I love hearing the stories, especially when you guys talk about, you know, some of the things you did. And especially going to, like when you did the Mayday Yellow Buck thing. Like, I really enjoyed those type of shows where we kind of go in and pull back the curtain a little bit of this is what, you know, made this special and this what made this special. And those personal experiences, you know,
right,
that you had with West Coast, you know, Windy City Combine, and how you talk about him, and how you talk about Mike down at Hardcore, you know, because I'm a fan, you know, of those guys. I'm not sure if you ever PD Kennels. They was kind of down here in South Carolina. They had some of the dogs similar to what Hardcore had. So those were some of the dogs that, you know, I grew up under. And obviously being from South Carolina, you know, you got Mr. Teal, you got Katie Marlowe, and all, you know, those old school people. And they would kind of, you know, finding about Mr. Denny Green and his hand in the Jocko stuff and, you know, things like that. So, you know, when it comes to South Carolina, I hate to use the word South Carolina politics because somebody else use that word, but, you know, I got, you know, a few things down here, back in South Carolina that, you know, I was first getting out there, learning and doing my thing out here in Georgia, my boys down here. So we kind of, you know, doing our thing and, you know, just, you know, playing the game fair and trying to do these dogs the right way and hopefully make one or two that people, you know, 20 years from now, oh, I remember this dog, you know, so that's my aim. Not to try to be world famous like Chico Lopez, but if somebody come across one of my pedigrees, they're like, man, that was a good dog right there. So that's the goal right now.
And that is something else that you thinking up because that's exactly how I be feeling too, bro. I be wanting kind of conversations like, you know, what you're saying, because if you can relate and you speak, you're just adding your perspective. We might be on the same track, but you have a perspective that my perspective may be missing. Like several things you said this evening that brought out even more of a perspective based on our conversation. You see what I'm saying? We was on the same track, but there's many things that you said in this conversation that I hadn't said. Points that you made that I hadn't made. See, that's why it's always it's not good for you to sit back because I need you to join me. You know what I'm saying? I need that from you, bro. And I really appreciate the way you came in. You know what I'm saying? You came in like a dog man, all right? You ready to battle, but at the same time, we was on the same thing, and you made it clear. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But it was so much more after that you added to it, man, that really made the best part of the show for me. Because I enjoyed listening to you talk. I hate talking. You know, I come to a point that I'm getting tired of talking. You know, I need you guys to keep me motivated because if you ain't learning, what am I wasting my time for? If you can't input, what am I wasting my time talking to you?
Yeah, I definitely learned a lot, especially like you said, breaking down pedigrees and even before you came up, we started talking about the 3 in 1 out method. My OG was showing me pedigree. That was something that I always picked up. I don't know why, but I can always see this. Then when you start talking about that 3 in 1 out, I'm like, that's it right there. Explain it a different way, but it's the same thing I was seeing when I was, back in I think about 2001, 2002, when I really jumped out there. When I was studying pedigrees, I'm like, this is what I'm seeing. And when you explain it, I'm like, that's what I've been kind of understanding the whole time. So still learning, even stuff I recognized when I first started, but just hearing it from somebody like you who, actually applied this method. But studying these great dogs, great champions, and great producers, seeing that actually be a method or a way of just it was getting done to create these great dogs.
Formula.
I tell people, a formula. There's always a formula where you can those special dogs. You don't make those dogs. Those dogs are just blessed upon you.
That's right.
But you can still, through selective breeding, create high-level dogs and be blessed to get one of those special dogs.
That's so true. That is so true.
But yeah, I'll definitely definitely chime in more often. Because like I said, you be hitting on a lot of subjects that I'll be like, well, what about this? What about that? As far as, when you break down some of those older dogs, some of the breeds you did. That's why I asked you last week, what are some of the breeds that you tried or didn't get to try at all that you're like, what, I wish I would have put this one, just to see, some of the breeds you did show us you did. But,
right.
We always got those ones. I wish I would have did that. Everybody got that. I wish I would have, stories.
Oh yeah, Buck Rogers the Brat. Buck Rogers the Brat. Buck Rogers the Brat. That would have been the breed.
We talked about that last week, yeah.
Yes, sir. Buck Rogers the Brat. That one right there. Yeah. That one would have been to me that would have been the ultimate. I got made to the baby. You know what I'm saying? And then I got made to the Brat and was able to take that and cross it into some Stone City. But to give me two great match dogs like Buck Rogers and Brat, oh my man, do you know what kind of, I would have seen what I thought I would have seen. You know what I'm saying? It was something, but because of my roidness, you know what I'm saying? Because of my roidness, but then I was learning. You see what I'm saying? Remember, I wasn't no breeder, so I really never cared. But it hurt me in the long run because look at all the breeding that didn't take. Buck Rogers and Sarah Kale. Think of that one.
Yep.
Buck Rogers and the shit. Buck Rogers and Pretty Mama. Man, look at the things that I could have did that the Royce just stopped me from doing.
Like I said, you speak highly on Buck Rogers. So Buck Rogers must have been one of them dogs. You speak highly on Buck Rogers.
Man, let me tell you something, man. You know that day, you know that night I lost to Tommy Boy knowing I killed her? Buck Rogers was my redemption. You know what I'm saying? The sports guys wouldn't let me, they wouldn't let me break out with him because he was a yellow buck. He was a Nico. He was a Mayday. He was a Brat. The guys who seen this dog go would tell you, I wasn't worried about Kunta. I figured that was my plateau. If I could go in the Tommy Boy with Red Ace, you think I wouldn't have took Rogers in the Kunta? Man, that was the fight of the year for me. That was the match that I was going to get my get back off of the match that I lost to Tommy Boy. Because Kunta's a good dog.
Yeah,
he's a rough dog. You know what I'm saying? But I know I had the perfect dog for Kunta because he's still a Boyles dog. And I still never seen a Boyles dog except for Skins. Let me just say that clearly. Skins was bred a special way because he was off a fatty girl. Bred to Wacko. See, Champion Skin was a bad dog. See, Kunta didn't have no Mayday in him. He had all that good Ron Newman shit, that Newman's buck. And remember, I used to referee all Ron John shit. He was just one. Newman's Buck was a good producer, and he produced a good one. But I honestly believe Kunta didn't ever run into a Buck Rogers, bro. I'm gonna tell you like that. He never met what it sent to running. You got to understand what Buck Rogers would do to
He
one.
had a couple good ones. Hit the two he did win. They were supposed to be unbeatable dogs.
But he beat Wacko. Him and Wacko didn't even match up.
I mean, I'm talking about Buck Rogers.
Oh yeah, we went into a Stones. We went into Luger's, a son off of Luger, and Luger was off of Yellow Buck too. He was a champion son off of Yellow Buck. You know what I'm saying? And we went in one of his sons with not us wanting to do it, but it was hooked and we was there. But we made a damn good dog. Both dogs that we went into, there was no competition, and they were both to be both great dogs. There was just no competition to the ability, and why? Because we're talking about a dog that he's sitting in a bloodline that speaks for itself. So why would you think that he would be anything different?
Correct.
That's all.
Correct.
Stone Killer. He did it with ease.
He was one of them, man. He did it with ease. He was definitely one that was he was special. And he had that perfect lineup. And I really honestly believe it was the grand champion ace in him that was the factor. Our mouth.
Yeah.
It was that mouth and that ability to bite our way back to wherever the hell you wanted. You got it in Brat. You got it in a lot of going hard dogs. You ain't gonna hear nothing much about gameness. All you gonna hear is if you can last 30 minutes with them, then you gotta live. then you gotta live an hour. You know what I'm saying? If you can last 30 minutes with them, then you be a good dog if you live to make it an hour. Because we were killing dogs. We had mouth, we had great ability, and we had all the great dogs in us. How can you go wrong when you got all the great dogs in your shit? We don't have to go a whole bunch of generations back there.
Because he was off that initial Buck Mayday cross, right?
Well, he was off the initial Mayday Buck cross that we made, because remember.
Yeah, man. So y'all.
Right. Our Mayday dog was Little Buck's dog. I mean, Yellow Buck. Let me get this right. Our Stone City dog was Little Buck. Yellow Buck, Miss Nico.
Yeah.
Our Mayday dog was the Brat's brother's daughter. Yeah. It wasn't even the Brat. It was Brat's brother's daughter. Sassy girl.
Gotcha.
You see what I'm saying? That was the actual first cross. And even though we ain't used Mayday directly, or we didn't use Yellow Buck directly, we used the blood. And we was in a better position because we using blood that's already mixed right.
Correct.
In working. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
So that was our advantage, and it definitely showed in the puppies. And it's funny to say it now is our dog being the first to do it, we set the standard. And they stood to that standard. Yep. We gave the world a chance to see what it would look like if you do it. And to this day, we still see Macho Buck. We still see them crosses in a lot of damn dogs. They starting to cross the shit with everything now.
Correct. Oh, it's one of those crosses, like you said, like that initial Red Boy Buck cross.
Yeah.
One of those one that was written in the star. The Mayday Buck cross. It's one of those that written in the star that's still producing the high genetic, high level genetics, what's that, 20 years later, 20 years later?
That's right. You're right.
The dogs keep reproducing themselves.
That's right. And they helping Tom like a motherfucker. They really helping Tom.
Yeah.
They really keeping him alive. And for real. Because they taking them Gardner dogs and they crossing it pretty damn good these days. You see Macho Buck, you see Cunningham's Boomer, you see Cunningham's Red Man, you see 357 crossed in the Garner shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing some smart ass moves to keep Tom on that paper cut. Because Tom is really surviving out there. You know what I'm saying? There's good dogs got Gardner in them.
Correct.
And all they're doing is taking the old great dogs, putting on top of Tom's shit.
Yep. I ain't gonna hold you. This is already past 12. But I got
Yeah, man, me too.
We talking good.
You know how y'all get to talking dogs, and then all of a sudden y'all forgot y'all on the damn show, man.
Yeah, we ain't at home sitting on the couch talking this shit.
Right, I'm sitting here looking at Mo saying, let that man go, Mo.
Okay, I'm gonna let it go. All right, y'all. Hey, man, it's good talking to you, bro. Please make yourself not a stranger, but a member. Not a stranger, but a member. All right? I'm gonna hold you to that.
I just chime back in. I got one thing. I remember coming across one of y'all pedigrees years ago before I knew who you guys was. And I remember coming across 10-4's pedigree. And I just thought he was a beautiful freaking dog. I just wanted to I was going to ask you a little bit about 10-4. What kind of dog was
he? He was a big ass dog. He was a big.
He looked big.
And he would do the poor conditioning. He didn't make his championship. But them other two, his brothers was the better dogs. Roger and Pharaoh.
Good looking dog.
Yeah. I mean, because Stone City made a dog, they produce good looking dogs. Look at the bodies. Look at them bodies on all those Stone City. Look at Orca and Maximo and all those dogs over there that what's his name? Jamie had. Do you see the bodies on those dogs? How can them was Spartans?
Oh yeah, they were definitely built for battle.
And they was built and they fought like it too. And they fought like it. And that's what I liked about them, man. And to this day, you know, I'm telling you, ain't nobody safe. Remember the story we did today at the beginning of the show, what Mike was saying, and then the old journal and how I pulled out the same old issues that we was talking about back then, the disrespect, the way people acting up at the show, the sneaky shit, the dirty shit. We talking 1953, and we talking about some shit that we hearing in 2024 without a book.
Correct.
Same thing. And the same thing that we heard then, how the game is going to shit. Boy, if they seen us now, they wouldn't even call this the game.
They definitely
Okay?
They definitely would.
They would not say, they were like, this is not the game. What we were talking about is nothing like this. This game is over here. Shit.
He just went off a cliff with it.
Yeah, this game, that's right, because, you know, it's that bad now. And for those who really want to hang out and do that, they got to understand, man, they got a lot more to lose than what we ever lost.
Correct.
Because they have nothing to gain. What do they have to gain but the love of the dogs? They can't get no accolades and be safe about it.
Correct.
Where they going to put their championship at?
Yep. And that's why you don't see like you always ask, who's today's Mayday? Who's today's this? Because you don't have that central point where we can all come together, whether it's through a magazine or whatever. But that magazine was a place where we can all come together.
Right.
And we can all know who's the baddest motherfucker walking.
That's right.
Who's the baddest producer. And we can all kind of go to that. Those stories come from that. And with everything so splintered and these people over here, these over here, those over there, I don't think you would ever get those type of names. There may be some dogs that they meet that standard as far as them being combat dogs or producers. But like you said, that recognition and being given that recognition throughout the game, you may never get that because where you're going to go to where there's a like-minded group of people meeting to discuss what we call, game dogs.
That's right. Them days is over.
It'll be, them days are over. Them days are definitely over.
Yep.
Everything's so splintered right now.
That's true.
Well, Mr. Jones, I appreciate you coming through, and tonight I'm going to make sure that you get your roses because I'm going to start with you. I appreciate you calling in, and like I said, I will not let you be a stranger. So you better be sitting on the back street because if I see you out there typing, I'm going to tell you, call in.
Call in. You're right. I'm tired. I want to go get something to drink. Call in, man.
If it's a topic that I got a little bit of information on, I have no problem. Like I said, I'm just learning like everybody else. Just trying to figure it out. Just trying to figure it out.
Well, you don't sound like you learned. It sounds like you learned enough, and you just trying to step up your game.
That's all.
You ain't no newbie.
You ain't no newbie. That's right.
Oh, no, definitely not a newbie.
Okay.
You just collecting information, my friend.
There you go.
Hey, Mike, we got to give him the thumbs up, Mike.
Add to the arsenal. But I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys. Definitely appreciate you.
You got it, brother. We really appreciate you, and big thank you and salute.
All right, chat. Well, I got all y'all still in here hanging out with me. I need y'all to help me if you like the show, and especially for my man, Mr. James Jones, for coming in, chiming in,
and sending me those journals,
and for sending up them journals, because that was all by way of Mr. James Jones. And I need y'all to help me. And big shout out to my big boy, my big brother Benny, Robert Blackwell,
Boss Toker.
I need y'all to show me the love tonight and give me them goddamn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now show me some damn love and give me the damn roses. Roses.
Come on,
tonight.
We need them damn roses. Man, we done had a lot of tears and fears these last couple days, man. I'm trying to tell you, I done lost 2 good people in my life. You know, I need roses. I'm still here hanging out with y'all through all my grief. Give my people, give me roses. I want to go home and show these people how much they loved. I want them to show them why I sit down here with y'all. So please show the love tonight, fellas. For all those viewers to see this show, hey, shoot in your condolences. Shoot in your appreciations. I need that, man, because I take this stuff, man, and sit down in this chair with pain under the heart, and yet I still give that to y'all. You know what I'm saying? And I want to be able to take that and go to these very same people to say, man, you still go out there and do that show, man. You just a good dude. Well, I want to show them why I go out my way to give that to y'all. Because what I'm giving y'all always been able to show me something back. And I want to share it with the people who's not really happy and lost some good people. You know what I'm saying? I want to show them my support from the people that we are with. And the reason why I sit down here through all that grief and share my life with you guys.
Because they always talk about, you know, hey, the twins talked about so-and-so. Twins gave a shout out. Y'all see the video, and it brings other people
in our family.
Everybody
runs to the
YouTube. And they was like, man, y'all looked out. I mean, you know,
crying,
they be crying, hugging, but then that's that love, because it goes way beyond what they know. You know, there's another part of the life that they should be, you know, grateful and understand that they love more than just in one place. This is the love that y'all had no idea it even existed. You know, just like why we do this, man. It is.
Y'all never failed to stand up for us, bro. I mean, y'all never failed for us to take that shit to our family, and our family feel proud not only of us but of y'all. You know, because they expect us. You know, it's our relationship, but our fans and the people who really are like in our life with us, riding that ride with us, man. We get a chance to show my kids. I got a lot of kids. My kids watch this show. My kids, my grandkids, they sit there and watch the show. And all they want to do is just because, guess what? Poppy and Uncle Mike is on TV.
Yeah. And you want to know why they got bulldogs.
Yeah, you want to know why they all got bulldogs, right? All of them got bulldogs.
It's that lifestyle, man. It ain't just about the sport. It's about the lifestyle, man. Yeah. That lifestyle was bigger than the sport. Trust me when I tell you. It's way bigger than the sport.
Yeah, my love that I have from all those big kennels, man, and watching them come back to us and be talking about, you know, we still giving them the love like we still the young dudes to stand in our place. Man, them dudes be pulling us up, man, and letting us know how proud they are of us.
Come on down from up there and come on up here.
Come on up here with us.
It's like getting your Hall of Fame jacket.
Yeah.
You know, you didn't expect it, but then because of the love that they have for you, they give you that. You know, you need to come on up here because you're doing something that we ain't even doing. You really giving back.
Really giving back. That's what they be like, man, you really
you give them too many jewels.
You need to slow down. You need to slow down. We still playing out here.
We still playing.
You're making it hard for us.
Oh, Lord.
It was easy before you start running your mouth.
But they're like they're back in 53. You know what they said? They got to be worried about them young boys because them old boys will eat you alive, man. They ain't going to teach you shit. They ain't going to teach you nothing.
No, they're going to get free rides on you until you learn the hard way.
Until you learn the hard way. Well, we're going to make it easy for you. Hey, fellas, we appreciate everybody who showed up, showed out, and helped us out in our time of sorrow. But because of you guys, we told you we're going to always do our best to try to be here and keep doing what we do. And as long as we keep doing what we do, you know, you guys have to keep doing what you do, and that's showing up and showing out. Because when the purpose is gone,
we gone.
We gone. Until then, we're going to feel like we're letting you down, and we're never going to let you down.
Because we're going to always.
I mean, we're going to always.
As always we do.
We always scratch the win. I better act like y'all know. Y'all know what's up.
Dog man of the night, James Jones.
James Jones, our dog man.
Yeah, our dog man of the night. There ain't going to be no dog of the night. It's going to be a dog man of the night. James Jones, that is the man. That is the man. That is the dog man of the night. Not twin one, not twin two. You know, I really appreciate Ron Don and James Jones for those books that you sent me. They were very, very enlightening. And I'm going to treasure that shit because y'all sent me enough shit to share with these guys. And big shout out to my big brother. The guy who made me the guy that I am. The guy that I followed out of high school into the United States Marine Corps. The guy that I followed into the streets or whatever city and town I was in. He made me the man that I am. And shout out R.I.P. to my brother. In arms, forever. Benny Robert Blackwell, a.k.a. Benny Boss Choke. To the family, for those who's watching up north, we love y'all. Enjoy your day, but fellas, we love you too. Stop the music, man, so we can go ahead and run it through. You know I can't stop it without that beat, baby.
All right, man. Hold on, man.
Man, how you gonna give a man the dog man of the night without no jam behind it, cuz?
I was caught up in the closing, man.
Man, you
I
got
was
this.
actually gonna come in with the, you know what I mean? Your dog gang said it's Talk Shit Tuesday. I was feeling bottom up. And I said, fuck it. James came through. He saved the night. I was like, let me just go back and do it.
Yeah, it was a good night too. I mean, he
was a good night.
He really pointed out something that really gave us an opportunity to really to shine on basically what the show was about. You know what I'm saying?
That's exactly what he did.
Yeah, exactly. That was exactly right on time. And then I found him. I listened to the other person with the book.
When you open up the show,
When I opened up the show, I couldn't thank you. There's another person. I don't know who that other person was. Now I know who that other person was. His name is James Jones.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.